Uh, uh, I don't need to say good morning to some of you because we have said it already to each other. So for those to whom I did not say good morning when we were together earlier, good morning. And let me now call to order the second meeting of the third session of the open-ended Intergovernmental Expert Working Group on Indicators and Terminology Relating to Disaster Risk Reduction. This morning's formal meeting is a brief one so that I can update you on how I intend to proceed today. As you're aware, we have had fruitful and constructive discussions, and the latest recommendations from both our discussion of indicators and of terminology is contained in A/AC.285 CRP2 Rev 2, which was circulated earlier this morning to all delegations. To the extent possible, this document reflects areas of convergence and emerging consensus, as well as explanatory notes to be included in the final report to the General Assembly. I want to thank especially delegations that were able to labor into the night and early morning to allow us to complete our entire first reading, which now includes Target G, the indicators therefore, and terminology. Within the text now remain a number of brackets in terminology and a number of white shaded options in indicators. It is my intention this morning to briefly recap the green text, that is the text on which we have converged, but to focus as quickly as we can on the outstanding items, which in the case of indicators in the text or report you have just received would be reflected in white, and in the case of terminology, the phrases or paragraphs remaining in brackets. So our work is going to be very focused. Once we have completed this, again, this is crunch time on top of crunch time. The indicators that are incapable of achieving convergence this morning will need to remain for members to consider in their own right outside of being global indicators. So some have suggested they should be national, some have suggested they should be aspirational. What is clear is that they would not be listed and reported as global indicators. We can, of course, with time allowing, have a more intensive discussion on how we treat with aspirational elements beyond the annotations that we will make. So we will also, once we have gotten through the, as we go through, we will now consider the annotations or the narrative for the report that relates to areas on which you, the members, consider it important that we say more in our submission to the General Assembly. Already, I think a number of delegations have made suggested, provided suggested language for annotations. To the extent that it will be incorporated in the report as a formal output from this meeting, I would like us to reflect on the language and text. I know the Secretariat has also been working to improve some of the language from a semantic and grammatical standpoint. So when we go through the text, after we have done the white, I was about to say white cells, the language in white in the indicators and the terminology in brackets, we should spend some time on these other aspects to make sure that we, as far as is possible, enhance the quality of the report to meet the standard anticipated in the resolution. I am heartened that this is the conversation we're having this morning. We could have been pursuing G and all of terminology, but for your dedication in going into the night last night and to do so remaining exceedingly alert. So I can assure those who were not present that our work did not suffer from the passage of time. Nobody nodded off at all. Nobody appeared to be less than fully alert, and nobody paid attention to the fact that we lost microphones. And in fact, I'm quite impressed by the ability of colleagues to project from the back of a room. I don't recall anyone saying they couldn't hear the interventions. All of this, I think, indicates that we have great resilience. And so we were able to do our task in line with the subject matter. So with those remarks, let me speak further on procedure. So in the morning, our focus will be to complete our work on indicators and terminology, focusing on the unfinished business. I will briefly reflect, as I said, on the green columns, that is those which we have already agreed are convergent, and then on the white columns where we need a more substantive discussion. When we resume informal session at 3 p.m. this afternoon, after our break, which we shall now shortly have to informal, we will first consider agenda item 3 and 4 to adopt substantive recommendations to be contained in annexes 1 and 2 respectively of the latest version of document CRP2. Thereafter, under agenda item 6, I will introduce the draft procedural report issued as document AAC 285L1 for final adoption by the working groups. Copies of L1 have been placed in the cubby holes at the back of this conference room. I should also indicate that time will be allowed for the final documents to be read and reviewed before we put them to adoption. So presumably, depending on how our discussions go, it may be 30 minutes, it may be an hour, because it really will only be reflecting what you already know. But you will need to have time to be satisfied that the form in which it is presented and the details that are contained are to your satisfaction and you are in agreement with it. So this is the procedural approach for the final stage, which is to formally adopt the report and the documentation going along with it. So I would now propose to adjourn this plenary meeting to continue our discussions in informal mode on indicators and terminology. And we will now start the cycle again from A through G on indicators, focusing on those on which we did not reach agreement. Last night we had a fruitful discussion on target G. There are a number of areas on which we made progress, but I think delegations needed to reflect further on language that might help to bridge some gaps. So I expect that we will pay a little bit more attention to target G during the course of our discussions today, since it would not have benefited from a fulsome discussion in the setting where we have the access to microphones and the screens better displayed. So with that, let me adjourn the formal meeting and ask you to take good note of the points that have been made about our work today. We now continue in informal mode And I want now to draw your attention to A/AC 285 CRP2 Rev 2 and ask that we use this now as a basis for our continued work on indicators and targets. I would now go to target A. And my intention is to target by target recap where we are. In some cases, we need to be clear on the language that we will use for the annotations in particular, since the indicators themselves are considered settled. I would urge that unless you see a comma out of place or you have suddenly received extreme instructions to change positions, that we do not tamper with the settled indicators. Again, you're entirely in your right to raise any question, make any observation, but I would ask that any attempt to change the settled indicators be driven by a compelling instruction from your capital. So A1, number of deaths and missing persons attributed to disaster per 100,000 population. A2, number of deaths attributed to disasters per 100,000 population. A3, number of missing persons attributed to disaster per 100,000 population. The comments, which are intended to be included in a technical guidance note, would say that the scope of disasters in this and subsequent targets is defined in paragraph 15 of the Sendai framework and applies to small-scale and large-scale, frequent and infrequent, sudden and slow onset disasters caused by natural or man-made hazards, as well as related environmental, technological, and biological hazards and risk. This will, of course, not be in the indicator itself, but it will be presented in writing as guidance to the treatment of this and other indicators. Is this acceptable to all members? It is. We now move to target B. Target B, B1, number of directly affected people attributed to disasters per 100,000 population. B2, number of injured or ill people attributed to disasters per 100,000 population, and there's a footnote to be added to this. Can we have the language proposed for the footnote? WHO, I gather you are the architect of the footnote. The delegation of Mexico had a suggestion for the footnote. Mexico.
Sí, muy buenos días a todos, muy buenos días, Chairman. Sí quisiera comentar que el indicador B2, como está, únicamente sugerimos agregar una parte y les propondría una nota a pie de página. En el indicador dice, sería así: number of people with injuries or illness attributed to disasters. And like a footnote, we propose, because it's very important for us, el tomar en cuenta lo que viene siendo enfermedades mentales. Tenemos la experiencia ya de muchos años que este es un tema muy importante y que hemos empezado a registrar. Una persona que pierde su casa, pierde su familia, pierde su trabajo. Hemos registrado un número importante de suicidios y eso es la parte de los afectados. Y en la parte de los que van a brindar la ayuda, la experiencia que tuvimos al enviar a nuestro personal a Haití, también hubo casos de depresión profunda que llegaron a tener brotes psicóticos. Entonces, el pie de página lo proponemos como sigue. Member states are encouraged to report on the number of people with mental health problems attributed to disasters for this indicator. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mexico. Iran, followed by WHO.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everybody. The first point is that we would like to support the statement of the Mexico on mental health. And the second point is that actually, as we agreed to keep the term disaster here, we proposed a footnote last night to saying that the member states are encouraged to report on all hazardous events. Thank you.
Okay. WHO.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Indeed, we listened to the concerns of member states and consulted with a number of them to come up with the proposal that was put by Mexico and supported by Iran. We would also propose to add some clarification around the term illness and put in brackets, including cases of disease. The reason for this is it provides an essential bridge with the work done by the health sector and many others in terms of epidemics. And this is the key term when it comes to identifying people with illness associated with epidemics. So that would be the proposal that we would put, such that it becomes explicit within this indicator and would go a long way in addressing the inclusion of biological hazards within the Sendai framework. Thank you.
Thank you. WHO, would you put illness and disease or disease in the text of B2, and how would we, could you suggest in brackets the language that you would wish to see?
Yes, thanks, Chair. Just following the word illness, to put in brackets, including, parentheses I should say, in parentheses, including cases of disease.
So it's number of injured or ill people we sort of changed the form a little bit because we have injured or ill people or we could say number of injured or ill people and cases of disease. Because each case is a person, I assume. I'm not a medical. I'm just trying to keep the flow of the sentence in order. because if we had said to report on illnesses, then cases of disease would flow. But here we are talking injured or ill people, or we could say people affected by disease, or, well, I'm trying to get some, this is purely semantic, well, let me leave it there, because I think the operative question is, do we want to add a reference to disease? The WHO, speaking from the perspective of the health sector, thinks that it would add further clarity to the indicator. And what we're doing here now is looking at the quality of the indicator, because I think we're settled on its core elements. So let's leave it there. And Bangladesh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Mr. Chair, I think you have correctly pointed out that we are on an aggregate indicator. Actually, the latest proposals are trying to change the configuration of it. What I understand that when we put people suffering from illness, it's a continuous process. So it actually introduces ambiguity which is attributed to disaster, because if it is a continuous process, then the starting of that illness, I mean determination of the starting of that illness would also come into the equation. So we cannot support that for the reason. I understand, and I have some sympathy to the cases of diseases, but the target itself is all about people. Individually, cases of diseases cannot be actually accepted unless we connect it to the people that themselves are suffering. And on the footnote that was proposed by distinguished delegate from Iran, we do not see it should be placed here. It's a general understanding. Member state can be encouraged to report on the hazards or hazardous event if they can. But under Global Target B, which has a very specific direction and specific measurement that it wants to be, I do not see the footnote proposed by the distinguished delegate from Iran is appropriate under B2. So we were of the opinion that the original proposal was sufficient enough, and then perhaps within the footnote it can be linked, especially the cases of disease can be linked with the ill people or illness. I thank you.
Thank you. And just in terms of how we choose to report, we may choose not to use a footnote. We may perhaps have an introductory note in which we could make these points. So I think that we can keep it in a footnote, so it's, or whatever we choose to reference in a footnote where it is. But I intend to have a conversation on perhaps having an explanatory aspect to the list of indicators, so that you don't, the indicators are clear, but the important considerations which you, the members, intend to be read into the treatment of the indicators is reflected formally in the report. So it could come before, it could come after. So it would say, with respect to the reporting on illness under B2, member states are. So even if it comes in a schedule after, it would have the same effect. And as a matter of presentation, it would be better. But I think as a working tool, we can use the footnotes, understanding that we are coming back to format and quality of the reporting at a later stage. The substantive points you make, I'm going to take as soon as I have heard from the European Union.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning. We would like to support the proposal that was made by Iran, and we think that it will be important to have this mentioned that member states are encouraged to report on all hazardous events. It could be, as suggested by you, part of an introductory statement before all targets and indicators, because it applies to all targets. And we could add to this statement, member states are invited to disclose reporting threshold where applicable. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Iran.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, we are flexible to put this statement everywhere that is the most appropriate, including introductory note, a guidebook, or a footnote. Thank you.
Thank you. So that takes me now to the substance. Bangladesh, is it a new point? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a clarification, I would like to hear from our distinguished delegate from European Union, what they actually mean by member states are invited to disclose reporting results where applicable. It's not clear to me. Thank you.
Thank you. It was my intention to take the sense of the paragraph and discuss accordingly, rather than get into a debate on the specifics. It's clear that the proposal is to ensure that the scope of reporting covers all hazardous events. I'm not sure, and I will ask the European Union what further would need to be said, because the intent is to, I think some have mentioned that we want to report large scale, small scale, etc., and that is already contemplated. So I will put it to members that we make a specific reference, if we agree, to encouraging members to report on all hazardous events. This will not go in the indicator because it's a cross-cutting issue. So I'll put that to members. I would invite the EU to perhaps allow us to stay with the proposal from Iran, which is just to say report on the events. The disclosing of reporting results, I think, raises something else. So I'll ask the EU to come back. In terms of reporting results, we're asking for the reporting on the events. So what separate results would the EU contemplate?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was in fact speaking of reporting threshold. So the stage where you will report on the hazardous event. So to disclose reporting threshold, not results.
Thank you. I think we had quite a discussion on thresholds, no thresholds. So I would perhaps want us to avoid that. The reporting, I think, would be within the competence of the member. And I think that in the data provided, it will be clear what the basis of the reporting is. I hear from the EU that you'd want the reporting member to make explicit the threshold for what it reports. But I'm not sure that it would change. Once you report, you report. And you have determined that you have met your own threshold. So it's not clear to me what knowledge of an established threshold would do. And I'd probably ask the Secretariat to come back on this.
Thank you, Chair. I think if we just can scroll up to A again quickly. I think that note we've put in there, the scope of disaster, this and subsequent targets is defined in paragraph 15 and it gives us the full spectrum, both of scale of disaster and type of hazards. I would suggest that if we have it in every single target, actually covers very satisfactorily the issue that's been raised. And we must remember this is actually negotiated text from the Sendai, which we've already all agreed on.
Can I then ask Iran, European Union, Bangladesh, and the speakers with flags still up, if we could consider, with respect to the second footnote, relying on the footnote in A being presented as a cross-cutting element, because it asks for us to report on all scales of disaster you determine, small, large, slow onset. Is there a gap that we need to fill? Iran.
In fact, the gap is in the definition, the term of disaster. That's a serious disruption. You know, for instance, when we have actually 5 cases of CCHF, okay, this is not a serious disruption, but we would report because it has a potential to disrupt, you know. And actually, if we think about earthquake on 7 Richter, you know, magnitude, and it kills only 1 person without any disruption of any services, still we want to report that to show we achieved the target, the disaster risk reduction goals, because we are moving toward a resilient community. So the point is that the first is it's not mandatory. Can actually member states decide. But so this statement actually says member states are encouraged to report on all hazardous events. Thank you.
Could I appeal, Iran, that we not make this stipulation? Because the obligation here is to report against the target. And we're leaving wide discretion to members to do so. My sense is that if we put, even though it's an annotation, that you should report on all, or encouraged to report on all hazardous events, when we have defined disasters as sudden disruption and our focus is disasters, that to me would be optional, whether you report on hazards that you do not consider disasters. But I think elsewhere we have had some concern that by encouraging something, we shift the burden somewhat. And I am detecting that there are differences of views. We have the footnote in A, which says do small, medium, large. And if a hazardous event is not considered a disaster, but you want to report it, that's up to you. But the objective here is to look at disaster reporting. So could I appeal that we not debate the reference in the annotation, because the encouragement to report the hazards would presume that that reporting would be material in the assessments to be made. If it's not material in the assessments to be made and it's optional, I don't think we need to debate how to reference that. Iran.
Thank you. Actually, encouraging the member state in an introductory note would be actually is a very flexible position, you know. And we know that this inventor initiative by UNISDR, and basically its strength compared to other type of the reporting, okay, for instance, CRED, is that it doesn't have any threshold, and it could show the world that how extensive risk is important, and it's very, very useful, actually was useful for a country like Iran. And I believe that it would be useful for our other member state as well. So, but anyway, that's optional, but our suggestion is that to put it somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you. The question is whether we encourage members to report on all hazardous events. I'm not going to have a debate over this. We have gone through this. I'm going to ask the room. The recommendation of Iran is that we reflect in the report call on members who are willing to do so to report on all hazardous events. Do members agree that we should, in a footnote or in an annotation, it's yes or no, make this reference to reporting on all hazardous events? Those who object to this footnote, please raise your flags. We have no consensus to reference it, and it's an optional item. Could I ask Iran if we could just withdraw it?
Okay, this is your decision, Mr. Chair, but anyway, I wish to invite all the member states to report. It would be very useful for their own disaster risk reduction purposes. Thank you.
Thank you. And Iran, I'm coming to the other procedural element that you will be able to use this afternoon. I would ask that you make the statement in your national capacity, which we could then report, and the other members that wish to join you could do so. And it would merely say that some members encouraged that the reporting encompass all hazardous events. That way we don't have to go through a question of, but you would be able to share what is a very clearly well-developed view from Iran based on your experience. And that is part of the value of our exercise, that some things we can all agree on, some things some members will encourage us to do. And so when we come to the formal, you will, in the afternoon session, there is where I ask you to make clear in your statements the things that you want to reflect. And the report will be, of course, fundamentally focused on our indicators, our targets, and our common recommendations. But it can also reflect the sense of the room and the views of members as expressed formally and requested to be in the record or part of the report. But we'll come to how that will be done in the afternoon. Just to say, the opportunity will be yours to recommend that a view you are sharing be kept in the record for information as part of the report. I think that takes care of footnote 2, but footnote 1, sorry, the bracketed WHO. I was trying to go back to see whether we had defined illness or ill in the terminology, and we have not. And so I'm going to ask WHO, is it your concern that ill people excludes people suffering from disease? WHO.
And, the contrary, Chair, of course, that people who are illness include those who are suffering from disease. I could propose some language if, because I'm trying to understand what the major concern expressed by some member states. Perhaps it was the reference to suffering. I could propose a simpler language which might be acceptable, which is basically this. The number of people with injuries or illness, including cases of disease attributed to disasters.
But my concern is that if being ill could also include being affected by disease, we may not want to vary by adding the reference to suffering from disease. What we could do perhaps, and this would be my suggestion, would be encouraged to report on the number of people with mental health problems suffering from disease and experiencing mental health problems attributed to disasters. because I think what you're suggesting is more or less in the realm of disaggregation. Because if to be suffering from disease is to be ill, then you would already be covered in the indicator. So what we're discussing is whether in the reporting you break this down. And I see a different scenario if we're encouraging members to go to further detail in breaking out the indicator, which is optional or not. But understanding that by keeping that indicator, we do not lose reporting on people suffering from disease. I'd appeal that we, if that is acceptable to WHO, I would come back to members for a decision on this, because I don't want to, we're still in green, and I don't want to make this a rehash of the negotiations. WHO?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Noting your comment and guidance, and I think the preference for the reference to cases of disease not to appear in the indicator itself, but in a footnote, I would go along with your proposal that we make reference to cases of disease in the footnote. Thank you.
Let's remove all the changes to the base indicator. Delete all the bracketed text. Return to the original text. And now for discussion is the footnote, which may become an annotation or explanatory note. Cuba, followed by South Sudan. On the footnote.
Gracias, presidente. Buenos días a todos los colegas. Yo quisiera proponer que la solución que usted ha propuesto para otras nuevas propuestas anteriores se utilice en el horario de la tarde para este caso también. Es decir, en nuestro caso, injured and ill lo cubre prácticamente todo, o resulta una persona muerta, o resulta herida, o se enferma a causa del desastre. Entonces, no entiendo la importancia de hacer esto lo más científicamente acertado posible, pero quizás esa, para evitar reabrir el tema, podríamos utilizar la fórmula de que se invite a los países en el horario de la tarde a que el que desee lo informe de manera individual, como se ha hecho con otros casos que no han tenido suficiente apoyo o consenso. Me parece que este podría ser una solución. Gracias, presidente.
Thank you. Of course, on this one, the delegation of Mexico had proposed this as something to be encouraged. And so there are two dimensions to this. It's the one that I the one I suggested to Iran, which is a member state in its own statement makes a recommendation. But there are other annotations, some of which you will have as well, which need to be put in the report as our common recommendation. So what I'm trying to establish here and now would be those which we want to commonly report. The ones that member states will do for the record in their statements will come in the afternoon. So what I'm asking for now is whether this is acceptable or not in an up or down way. And if there's no consensus to make this as a recommendation, it is not, we are not compelled to do it because we have settled the indicator. So if there is discomfort with doing an annotation, the annotation goes. So Cuba, on this, would you want to share in a common observation like this or not?
Sí, presidente, creo que no me expresé adecuadamente. Yo no estaba haciendo referencia a la propuesta de México, porque ciertamente la salud mental es un componente importante para muchos países. Me hacía referencia al tema de las enfermedades. Hacía referencia a la propuesta de la Organización Mundial de la Salud, que me parece muy interesante, pero creo que ya está cubierto lo que queremos medir con esa nota al pie en el propio indicador, en la palabra enfermo. al menos en español, no hacía referencia al footnote de México que compartimos.
Yes, but it's the same idea. What we're doing here is in the footnote creating an emphasis, saying that yes, that's why I asked the WHO the specific question. If diseases are covered in illness, we don't add any value to the indicator by referencing disease. If mental illness is covered by illness, we don't add any value by referencing mental illness. What we're trying to do, as I understand it from the proponents, is to put a marker in the report to say, please pay attention to this disaggregation in your reporting. Because clearly, if we understand illness to include physical and mental, we don't need to enumerate it any further. But I don't want us to get into a huge debate over this. And so I'm going to go yes or no. Flags down, please, because I'm going to go yes or no. Yes?
Before we go to Mr. Chair, thank you for giving me the floor. Before we go to yes and no, it is fully understandable that true, we could delete through yes and no. But I was thinking that perhaps a little bit discussion is actually required, because this same thing might also happen to the other indicators. And each and every time, at least one who is proposing it and one who is opposing it would consume some time. I was just wanting to highlight that point. And second point is, we are not sure, it was not clear that what cases of diseases mean. If it is separated from people, then what has been proposing is something, an additional burden of reporting, which should have come from the health sector directly to the SDGs, not here. So we would request member states to think about it and to stick to the objective of our discussion, which is completely attributed to the people, number of affected people for disasters. Thank you.
Thank you. But I think the language here is number of people suffering from disease. We're not using cases. So my question is very straightforward. Do we want this added information, which doesn't add to or delete from the indicator itself, but presents an emphasis that some delegations and the WHO feels would be helpful? Now, the reason I don't want to debate this is because it's not crucial to the indicator itself. And we still have other elements where we are not dealing with a white shaded indicator. This is an indicator already settled. And we need to allocate our time to discussing those indicators that we said we would come back to. So delegations that feel that we should maintain the language in the footnote, however expressed, please raise your flags. Thank you. Delegations that support the inclusion of the footnote incorporating the comments of Mexico and the WHO, please raise your flags if you support it. Delegations that, sorry, let me repeat one more time. This is the yes vote. I don't want to use the word vote, but yes, this is a yes indicator. Those who say yes to including this language, whether as a footnote or as an annotation or introductory explanatory note, please raise your flags. Thank you. Delegations that do not want to see it on any account in this text, please raise your flags. Okay. Let me ask the delegations that oppose the inclusion. I did say if you're violently opposed, but is it that you would block its inclusion or you are just uncomfortable with it? Argentina, Armenia, Belarus, and Indonesia. One sentence responses, please. Argentina.
Presidente. Entendemos que con la redacción de enfermos incluye también el resto de enfermedades mentales, por lo tanto no habría que explicar más nada.
And you would therefore find, even if it's redundant, that you would block its inclusion. Okay, Armenia.
We are flexible.
Belarus.
Не принципиально, но просто смысла нету что-то детализировать чрезмерно. Ну, проявим гибкость, если надо.
So you are flexible, Belarus. Indonesia. Are you flexible or not?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We understand that we need quality of the indicators, but we in this case we in our system we don't report on the mental illness. And secondly, when we talk about the mental illness, is that a long-term or short-term effects of the disasters? That is, we are not clear. And when we are reporting to the health effects of disaster, we thought that it should be a pandemic in this case. Small numbers would not be add any value to the reporting in our system. So that being the case, we, although we are open to discussion on this, we don't think it adds any value to have this kind of mental definition in the footnotes. That is our position. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, but Indonesia, you raise a more fundamental question, because you're saying the understanding is that illness includes mental illness. So therefore, if somebody suffers psychological trauma, I don't know what the medical term is, a psychosis brought on by a disaster, you would log that in the same way as if they had cardiac arrest because of shock induced by, well, I'm not that, so the burden of your intervention would go to the indicator itself, not the annotation. So I think it's settled that mental health is included at the global level. Now, how members report it and what among the illnesses that present you report is up to you. But I don't think we can reopen the scope. So I think in that context, Indonesia, your concern is not about the footnote, but about your current practice. Would I therefore be able to ask you to be flexible?
Thank you, Chair. Maybe we can add after member states, a comma, member state, comma, in a position to do so, are encouraged, so that we feel that those countries who are ready to report the numbers of people who have mental illness because of disaster, they can report by themselves. That being the case, I'm flexible, as you suggested, so we can move forward with other indicators. Thank you, Chair.
On the basis of an absence of consensus, we delete the footnote. We move on to B3. B3, Norway.
I just have a technical comment to the text. Having spoken to a number of delegates and experts and statisticians, it's better to say number of persons who had to leave their homes or habitual residency and take out place. So numbers of persons who had to leave their homes or habitual residency, take out what comes after, due to disaster, add the word disaster before risk. So the sentence would be number of persons who had to leave their homes or habitual residency due to disaster risk or disasters. No, just homes or habitual residency. The word place should be deleted.
So we can delete place of residence because it is their proposal. Can we delete place of residence and just amend to the language being proposed now, because we're going to go up and down on the revised text. Due to disaster risk. So we take full stop at risk and delete or disasters. Okay. Thank Norway.
Disaster needs to remain. So number of persons who had to leave their homes or habitual residency due to disaster risk or disaster.
Norway. On my list, on target B3, Bangladesh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a clarification from our distinguished delegate from Norway, because I'm not a native English speaker. What is really the difference between homes or habitual residency to place of residence? And yeah, that would be for now. Thank you.
You, Norway, I'll ask you to come back on this after we've gone the round of speakers. Japan.
Thank you, Chair. My question is not only about the B3, my question is about the indicators in white cell. Maybe you call it as a national indicator, which means by the collection of the data is not necessary for all countries, but given the data collection improves, if the data collection improves, then it could be a global application in the future. So I want to retain my comments after hearing your response to my first question. My question is, are you going to spend the same amount of efforts to collect the data of the white cell, including the readiness review and also development of the guidance notes, and develop your supports to the development of methodologies to the national indicators? And after coming back to your response, I will make my comments. Thank you.
Complicated. In white are those indicators on which we are not agreed. All of these indicators have had the concept notes prepared and technical notes by the Secretariat, which you already have. So what we're doing is having a second round of consultations. There are no assumptions made that these are national or not. These are indicators that are not yet agreed for global inclusion. So the discussion now is to give members a final opportunity to determine whether indeed they are prepared. If the proponents of these indicators have new information, such as was just provided by Norway, members can now consider it. If upon consideration members feel that they can now move it to green, it will go to green. if upon consideration members do not change their position, it doesn't stay in white, it gets deleted. Japan?
Very much. That's the explanation I was expecting, because I mean, there is some explanation about the national indicators, and I thought we cannot have the baseline data, and it's impossible to go backwards to collect such data. So just it is my worries. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And certainly in A and B, we did indicate that the basis for adoption is more challenging than in the subsequent indicators because of the baseline requirement. I think we went through the Swiss cheese discussion as to whether capturing the information from 2005 to 2015 was an impossibility or not. And this is something that members will take into account as we go through A and B. So let us go quickly through this. Cuba.
Gracias, presidente. Esta es una propuesta de indicador que realmente tiene para nosotros grandes complejidades. Desde el punto de vista político, lo que se persigue con este indicador, cualquiera que sea la fraseología que utilicemos, es medir el desplazamiento, que como ya ha quedado bastante claro, es un término extremadamente complejo de determinar. Yo podría poner 3 ejemplos de por qué este indicador es muy difícil de medir para los países en desarrollo. Si tenemos una situación de conflicto y encima de esa situación de conflicto ocurre un desastre, ¿cómo vamos a determinar que una persona fue desplazada por el conflicto y no por el desastre? El segundo ejemplo es un desastre sobre otro desastre. En Haití, por ejemplo, tuvimos hace unos años un terremoto de grandes magnitudes y unos meses después un brote de cólera de grandes impactos también. ¿Cómo determinar que una persona fue desplazada por un evento y no por el segundo? El tercer ejemplo tiene que ver con los fenómenos y los flujos migratorios. Si un desastre ocurriera en un área que es pobre, un área donde hay una situación económica debilitada, ¿cómo vamos a determinar que la persona que se desplaza realmente no es un migrante y es un desplazado? Lo único que se me ocurre es empezar a entrevistar a las personas que se mueven una a una y saber si son de una categoría o de otra. Y esa capacidad instalada, ciertamente, la mayoría de los países en desarrollo no la tenemos. Yo me sumo también a lo que dice la distinguida delegada de Japón, de que no existe una línea de base. Pero además tendría que aportar lo siguiente. Hay países en desarrollo particularmente que tienen poblaciones nómadas, transhumantes. ¿Cómo determinar que una persona de una población nómada, que es un medio de vida, cuando ocurre un desastre es un desplazado y no simplemente un nómada? Entonces, yo creo que este es un indicador que puede ser relevante para un grupo de países aquí representados. Y ciertamente, si tienen la información, deberían proporcionarla a UNISDR para que, como un elemento adicional sobre la base de decisiones soberanas. Y además, y francamente, debo, en honor a la verdad, decir que encuentro una gran contradicción cuando un grupo de países, principalmente desarrollados, quieren medir la cantidad de personas que se desplazan, pero no quieren medir la cantidad de personas que se evacúan. Realmente encuentro eso un poco contradictorio desde el punto de vista técnico, porque es más fácil medir el número de personas que evacuamos porque las evacúa una autoridad competente y ese número sí es fácilmente determinable. Sin embargo, me refiero a lo que hablamos ayer en la noche en la meta G7, y entonces hoy no queremos, y entonces queremos medir esto. Pero en definitiva, para resumir, pienso que este es un indicador que, lejos de aportar, va a complicarle la existencia a las oficinas y los gobiernos y autoridades locales de muchos países en desarrollo. Aquellos que tengan la capacidad de hacerlo, bienvenido sea en capacidad nacional y de manera soberana. Gracias, presidente.
Thank you. My only concern is that to the extent that people leave their homes for one cause or the other, I think that it we may not want to make the argument because they are intersecting causes, it's not possible to attribute it to a cause. We are in a DRR setting, and there are experts here who are focused on determining what disasters do. And so to the extent that there is a component of movement that a member state wants to attribute to its cause, it would be difficult to suggest that it is impossible to disaggregate it because you're developed or developing. And I'm offering this to Cuba in my own scenario. I want to know why people move. So if they are moving because of disease, for a public policy, from a public policy perspective, I would want to know. If they are moving because there have been tremors, it's a seismic area, I need to know that. Now, I think I want to separate that from the valid point you make, because wherever we have been dealing with this issue of what, for want of a better word, voluntary or unprompted movement, we get into this challenge of how do you attribute it and are you measuring it? But I would be careful not to build a narrative that we are incapable of drawing a disaster link. The expert, but I would presume that from a public policy standpoint, one would want to, especially in the disaster sphere, say, what does a disaster do to my community? And for evacuation, I know, but if all of a sudden there are people who, and even if they are nomads, if all of a sudden in the region to which they would have moved their pastoral activities has suffered a disaster, and that would have been their habitual residency for 6 months, and they cannot do it, you would need to address the impact of that disaster on their nomadic practices. I'm just saying that we could have a rich intellectual discourse on the issue of causation, and we shouldn't. What I don't want is for us to make the determination here on the basis of impossibility of getting the data unless it's the view of each member. So Cuba should speak for itself in that we don't do it. But other developing countries, I think, would need to say, based on these practices, we don't. But I don't think we're going to get into that level of detail in our discussion this morning. This is an indicator that is not green. And I'm hearing from your response that you would not be able to accept this as a global indicator. And that is the focus now. Can members accept it as global or not? And if not, why not? But we can't go into I spent some time on this because I don't want us to continue in this vein in a detailed explanation and rebuttal. The threshold for an indicator getting accepted is very high. For it being rejected is very low, because we are on the last day, and the kind of things you raise, which would then require a detailed response from the Secretariat about practices, from the proponent delegation, is just not going to be possible today. Malaysia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With respect to B3, we do not agree to have it as a global indicator because we do not collect data on people who leave their homes due to an anticipated disaster risk. We only collect data on the number of people in relief shelters during a disaster, and victims are not differentiated on whether they come before, during, or after a disaster. We are of the opinion that we have sufficient indicators for reporting on the progress of Target B. We are very sympathetic to the need of the UN hierarchy for reporting on B3 and would support an annotation or marker stating the words of the indicator to be reported by countries where the issue is relevant and data is available for the indicator. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we'll come to this. I'll ask SRSG, Glasser, and Andrew, because what you're pointing to is something that we have flagged earlier on. There are some indicators that cannot be global, but may, for those countries in a position to do so, provide valuable developing information for future indicators. Now, whether we make reference to them or not, I think is something we need to come to later on. But that is not our task now. The first task is to say, can it be global or not? If we have time, do we then say, based on what is being conceptualized for whatever monitor is being done, can we encourage reporting by countries in a position to do so on other elements that they may be doing nationally that may be useful to be captured, not for the purposes of measuring progress for Sendai, but just for the ongoing body of research and knowledge in the UNISDR. Now, you may well say that this is not our business, that the monitoring procedures have predated the indicator process and should be done in its own right, and that is entirely up to you. In fact, that may well be the way in which we choose to do it. But I'll probably ask SRSG Glasser to come to this when we look more broadly at issues in the afternoon, because right now our task is simply, does white go green or white disappear in the textual cells that we have. Pakistan.
Thank you, Chair. If I have the Chair's attention. Pakistan does not favor inclusion of this indicator simply for the purpose that we consider it superfluous. On the other hand, if there is strong convergence in the room to have this indicator retained, we would propose some in-text changes. Our delegation has a strong feeling that who had to leave refers to forced displacement, which may not be the case in terms of disaster risk, because there the element of voluntariness would retain. Similarly, the Secretariat has on numerous occasions explained that for the purpose of this exercise, the damaged and destroyed dwellings may be the biggest precursor for people leaving their dwellings. So the in-text changes that our delegation would propose are number of persons who left their dwellings due to disaster risk or disasters. This does not mean that we would support its inclusion, but we feel that these words would, these changes would be required to take out the element of forced displacement from this proposed indicator, and similarly make it in consonance with following targets B4 and B5. Thank you.
Thank you. El Salvador, followed by Indonesia.
Thank you. Just to signal that with the changes that were introduced by Norway, specifically disaster risk, then all remaining concerns that we had have been deleted, and we're more than happy to support. I also have to express that it's a shame that we got rid of the mental health, because there's already an SDG that has the word mental health in it. So I think like people should also be more careful about whether we support an indicator when we have a bigger framework that we already decided on before. Thank you.
Ruben, and I perhaps need to remind members that when you say you are not flexible this morning, which means that you will not accept something, it has a consequence, because we're building consensus. We allow time for members to discuss and share views, and after that time, if a member feels that they will maintain a hard position, that something, even though it is recommendatory, should not be included, I will not override them. So it's a suggestion as we go ahead. The reason I ask, are you opposed? There's a difference between supporting and opposing. If you do not express support, nobody will say you're a champion for this idea. But if you oppose it and you maintain the opposition against the will of most members, the assumption is that you are not inclined to allow consensus. And I have asked each time, are you prepared to be flexible? On top of asking the opposed support question. So I think it's entirely in your hand. and I urge members to reflect on this when we come to the decisions to be made, because we don't have time to go second and third read. This is the last occasion, and if it dies, it dies. Thank you. India.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to all of you. We are opposed to this particular indicator, and the reason for that is that as of now, we don't have credible data to create a baseline, and if we want to capture this particular information, we are required to establish huge infrastructure and system. The second thing is that particularly in developing countries, our understanding suggests that voluntary movement of people is difficult to capture. Those who are well off, if they have fear of disaster, they will go and checking in hotels. Those who have relatives, they will go to their relatives' place. So it is extremely difficult for us to know that who have moved to where. And quite a large number of people go and take shelters in public places like railway station, bus stations, and temples, mosques. So I mean, because of these practical difficulties, we see that it is not feasible for us to capture such kind of data. And beyond that, we also don't see that how it is going to promote DRR, how it is going to contribute to the implementation of the Sendai framework. So, I mean, because of these reasons, Chair, I mean, we are not in a position to support it, and we oppose this idea. Thank you.
Thank you. It's now 11:32. And we are on B3, the first indicator on which we don't have agreement. We are moving in two directions on this indicator. I am not optimistic that we will be able to garner support for its inclusion. Might I ask Norway, in light of the discussion, whether I can now put this to an up or down response? Because the arguments that are being made are being repeated. And so it's really, I think, up to members to make a decision now. I could run the list of 10 more speakers, but I'm not sure that it would change the nature of members' position. So if, with your permission, Norway, I would wish to put it for an up or down decision at this point. Norway.
Just to quote one figure on displacement last year, we had 19.2 million people displaced in 113 countries just in 2015. It's an important and it's a global issue. If we cannot reach consensus on this indicator, even with the annotation proposed by Malaysia as a possible option to make it green with the annotation on where the issue is relevant and data available, if we can't reach consensus of that, and in the spirit of trying to move this forward, at least we need to identify the proxies that are needed to make this analysis. In the discussion on B3, we've lost the indicator previously on evacuation, and as the Secretariat have informed us that a commonly used methodology right now for people having to move is houses destroyed, so that would be by B5, and people evacuated. That's currently lost. And we need to in respect of people that need to move due to natural disasters, we need to address this. So as a sort of very minimum requirement, our call to analyze the number of people evacuated B5 and B7 according to its consequences for people's. And I struggle to find a word that is neutral enough for all of us to think that this is due to natural disasters and nothing else, but so due to people's movement or something indicating the content that we're trying to communicate here. But if we have time, I would like to sort of test Malaysia's proposal of the annotation first. Sorry for this being a bit abrupted.
Malaysia. I hadn't captured your annotation, or is it
Mr. Chair, we were thinking that we could find a way to put it in somewhere, as we tried to and failed for B2, which is a sad situation, I think. Perhaps Norway can make a suggestion on where that would best fit, or the Secretariat can help in this respect. Thank you.
Thank you. As I understand, Norway's challenge is that the proxy is now lost because we don't have evacuation as an indicator. Let me ask Andrew to speak to that, because if the burden of the concern is the implicit displacement-related context of B3, and there would be no objection to restoring evacuation in line with its value as a proxy, then I would suggest we go the route of restoring the original B3A, which was on evacuation. But before I do that, let me ask Andrew to speak to that. Who would need to be considered in this category? Let me hear from the Secretariat.
Yeah, so I mean, from a strictly technical standpoint, I'll just repeat what we actually said in this room 2 days ago. We don't believe that B3 as it currently stands can be measured, and it certainly could not be measured in terms of constructing the baseline, which is one of our sort of red lines in terms of whether it becomes green or not. We also said 2 days ago that the way that displacement is currently calculated is based on a proxy built up out of B4, B5, which we have, a number of evacuated people, which is currently in G7, so we have it somewhere. And the colleagues from, I think it was the International Displacement Monitoring Center, also informed us that they're unable to currently calculate people who move due to slow onset disasters, and we suggested that could also be calculated based on a proxy from B7. Therefore, our position would be having B4, B5 and B7, and having evacuation somewhere, whether it's in B or in G, it's possible to calculate a proxy for B3. And that this sort of annotation could be provided in the technical guidance. It doesn't actually need to go as an indicator.
Norway?
Our main concern is that we attempt to say something about affected people without addressing this issue. And I think given the dimension of this, I think this is surprising. Evacuations have two aspects of it. It's the way it affects people, and it's the actions of the state, the entity that evacuates. The current G7 talks about preemptive evacuation and not just evacuation, which can also happen during and after a disaster. So G7 doesn't currently replace what used to be B3A, I think. So I would then argue strongly for the return of B3A. And also, if this is only in the methodology, I'm concerned that this will be lost when we transfer this data set to the SDG process.
Norway, we will now have exhausted the time on which we can spend for this, so we have 3 options before us. Can we bring back the original B3A on evacuation and insert it as B3, and then we're going to make a decision one by one. Are due to disasters? Or? Thank you. Member states in support of the annotation
But I would remind member states of a intersessional discussion that we had on B or under B, that if we start to calculate people evacuated under B, there are instances which would actually make the affected people more than the reality is. I would like to give an example. For example,
3A. So if we continue to discuss evacuation, it's not in. So where? No, but the annotation is going to be decided upon now. So if it goes, there's no need to discuss it. We are not trying to seek justification or not. The discussion is over, and now if at the point of acceptance, the argument is to be made, we'll deal with it then. But right now, I just want to know countries supporting the annotation. Flags up, please. Thank you. Countries opposed. Okay, now Bangladesh.
Mr. Chair, I raised my flag when last time you asked the same question. Anyway, I would like to bring one example.
I just need to know if Bangladesh is blocking consensus on the adoption of the annotation.
I could just simply explain, and if you are putting, I think there are a couple of member states.
What I'm saying is that at this point, I will offer you the opportunity and the other members that don't support the annotation to say whether it is flexible or not. If it is not, whatever the explanation, we don't need an explanation at this stage. If a country says, I cannot accept it on any account, it goes. That's what happens now. So I know the rationale. We had an extensive discussion about the impact of evacuation on the analysis. But here now we're just saying, is this for you, in your judgment as a member, so compelling that you will not be able to accept the annotation? And that would be sufficient. Because no country, when I say this, be clear, I respect a blocking. I respect a decision that you cannot support. It is in your hands. But we do not have time now to debate this issue. So Bangladesh?
Under B1, Mr. Chair, we cannot accept the annotation. Thank you.
Thank you. Other delegation, well, Bangladesh is not flexible, and other delegations are not. The annotation goes. B6. Countries in, well, is there a proponent to argue for B6? Bangladesh?
Mr. Chair, we support this indicator with your insertion, which is requiring. We believe that goes very well with the target. Thank you.
El Salvador, you have the floor.
Oh, there you go. I'm sorry, I was having breakfast now. But basically, my problem still remains that, and I promised myself that I wouldn't put forward the typical lame excuse that we do not know it now, therefore we cannot do it in the future. I mean, that shouldn't count as an argument for me or for anybody. The idea is to move towards becoming better in the future. However, right now, we only count people that we give shelter to. All the other universe of humanitarian assistance post-disaster is accounted for other agencies, both of the UN system and internally. And my other problem is that, again, it's way too broad. Food aid, non-food aid, that's basically everything. So if you want this to move along, we need to give a little bit more of conciseness to the whole thing. Otherwise, we're going to be counting so much that the numbers are going to be totally inflated. That is my concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Uruguay.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Había pedido la palabra largo y tendido mucho antes de estas discusiones. Lamentamos en la manera en que se están decidiendo muchos de los indicadores. O aplicamos el proceso de votación o aplicamos el proceso de consenso. Aquí estamos teniendo votación, o sea, mayoría, o estamos teniendo realmente consenso en donde puede algún país, como ya lo hizo, oponerse a ciertos indicadores. Lo estamos viendo con cierto. Estuvimos toda la semana pacientemente escuchando las discusiones y vemos que muchos de los conceptos que están claros jurídicamente, que hay textos de Naciones Unidas jurídicamente vinculantes, otros no se están teniendo en cuenta, así que ponemos sobre la mesa estas cuestiones también. Quisiera, por último, si bien ya se eliminó, apoyar todos los argumentos que había hecho la delegación de Noruega al respecto de los desplazados. Creemos que la propuesta de Noruega era lo suficientemente amplia para que luego se pudiese, a nivel nacional, determinar qué era o no pertinente para cada país. O sea que lamentamos eso y no sé cómo después tendrá repercusión en otros diálogos de Naciones Unidas relativos a desplazados, relativos a refugiados, a migración, a evacuados, etc. Eso es por un lado. Así que le pido, señor presidente, si nos podría dejar bien claro, o seguimos un proceso de votación o seguimos un proceso de consenso. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. We are not voting. I am testing the room in the most appropriate way we can. Now, if you want us to return to other tools that we have, like confessionals, focused consultations, we do not have the time. We have spent this week going through discussions on each of these indicators. The green indicators have been agreed through that process of deliberation. We have 4 hours allocated to the completion of our work. It is now 5 minutes to 12. We resume at 3 and we close at 6. I'm confident that every argument that can be made on behalf of the indicators has been made. I have recognized the list of speakers, but once a trend emerges, I ask the proponent to indicate how they would wish us to proceed, because I trust the judgment of a proponent. If the arguments for and against are trending in a manner that suggests that we could only accept it by forcing it on delegations that are opposed, we cannot do that. So yes, it is a variant on the consensus principle. Now, if we decide to apply the rules of procedure and vote on each, we could do that. But I do not detect that as what members would prefer to do. We have the preponderance of our indicators agreed by simple convergence. We are now in the more difficult ones on which we could not achieve that convergence. We have to find a way of dealing with them without simply dropping them. So all I'm doing now is allowing each unresolved indicator the minimum time for members to make the case again, for others to respond, and if it meets consensus, it meets consensus. Russian Federation.
Спасибо, господин председатель. Я хочу уточнить для себя, включает ли помощь, которая сейчас в формулировке Б6, медицинскую помощь или нет? Спасибо.
It would, because if you read the plain meaning, food and non-food aid, it means that anything you give, including an aircraft.
Thank you very much.
World Food Program.
stop working? First off, I'd like to apologise. Something forward, if I may. I guess we can take this as collaboration with WHO. I'd like to apologise for not being here earlier in the week. I've been at our executive board in Rome, but perhaps a technical suggestion in response to the representative from El Salvador to narrow what we mean by food and non-food aid. Perhaps we could cover food, water and or shelter. With that in mind, perhaps an indicator that read something like number of people assessed as requiring non-medical assistance to meet their basic needs, then in parentheses, food, water and or shelter attributed to disasters. I know you've had discussion on this. Unfortunately, I've missed it, but I must make the case for those affected by drought. Otherwise, I'll never be allowed back into Rome in our headquarters.
Thank you, but your circumstances are less dire than that which Ruben from El Salvador raised last night. So Rome is not a bad city. You need to talk to Ruben about the other consequences. Ruben, El Salvador.
I'm sorry, and thank you for giving me the floor again. I'm basically getting instructions from somebody who's in between planes, right? So my sense was that we are willing to provide information to the best of our hopefully growing capacities over the time, but we just want to be as clear as to what exactly we're going to be reporting. So if we bring it out to food, shelter, it's already given that we report on that, or that we have all the information. Food and water, as long as we are clear what we're working on, I think will be, I have a big chance of convincing my people that it's okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me just ask Andrew to come in, because we're still in AB, which, as you know, has a technical threshold of baseline readiness. So let me ask the Secretariat to intervene before I continue the list of speakers.
Thank you, Chair. And again, I will just basically repeat what we said several days ago. We think this is an extremely difficult indicator to calculate. For a number of reasons we expressed the other day, differentiating between people who receive aid in normal times, people who receive aid specifically in disasters, flows through NGOs, remittances, etc., etc. We believe actually calculating a baseline backwards to 2005 would be even more challenging, if not impossible, for a large number of countries. And thirdly, we believe that we could actually construct a proxy from B2, B4, B5 and B6, which would give us a very, very similar figure, because it's very difficult to think of situations where you're going to give aid where you have either not people injured, ill, houses damaged, houses destroyed or livelihoods lost. Therefore, we think that the other indicators adequately cover what would be covered in indicator B6. That's from a strictly technical point of view.
Thank you. Colombia.
Gracias, señor presidente. Tenemos no es sobre este punto, es sobre el nuevo procedimiento, es una pregunta puntual, porque de hecho lo que, digamos, estamos de acuerdo, no tenemos tiempo ya para seguir argumentando, los argumentos ya están en la mesa, sabemos dónde está cada uno. Sin embargo, de hecho estamos en este momento, usted lo ha dicho, estamos en un momento en el que si un país se opone a una propuesta, la propuesta se cae y desaparece completamente. Eso es, digamos, de hecho es derecho de veto a cada uno y cada uno asume la responsabilidad. Sin embargo, hay indicadores en los que grupos de países presentan interés y tienen capacidad, ¿sí? Entonces consideramos, es una pregunta simplemente de procedimiento, si existe un indicador, por ejemplo, el de personas desplazadas debido a desastres, que un grupo de países considere importante, que tiene la capacidad de reportar, tenemos que tener alguna posibilidad, no sé, creo que lo planteó para la tarde, pero quisiera tener absoluta claridad, es que si eventualmente hay un indicador que un grupo de países, que no es global claramente porque hay oposición, si un grupo de países quiere eventualmente reportarlo y con el apoyo de UNISDR, entonces ahí ¿en qué momento en la declaración, no sé en qué documento, porque nos parece un poco violento, brutal ahí sí, de suprimir indicadores donde efectivamente no logramos consenso, entendemos la propuesta, pero también tenemos que guardar un margen de maniobra para que los países que queramos avanzar en ciertos indicadores podamos hacerlo así. Y que aquí efectivamente avancemos en lo que haya el más amplio consenso, digamos. Gracias.
Thank you. You'll recall that at the beginning of the week, I said we would, at the latter part, discuss aspirational indicators. We have a mandate first to do the global indicators, but we had the discussion that there are some indicators which are not ready for global application, on which there seems to be a critical mass of interest. But we don't have an instruction on what to do with those. My hope would have been that when we are finished with this exercise, we then have a conversation exactly along the lines you say, and reflected in some of the annotations which have been lost, which is that countries in a position to do so are encouraged to report on the following. We could run out of time, but I asked you to recall that this is what we had raised earlier in the week, that we had no models. It could have been global indicators for which all countries are expected to report, and then perhaps provisional or elective indicators, which are useful but on which there is no, this is a voluntary exercise, but when we adopt a global indicator, it's with the expectation that all countries will do it. You can't compel it, but it is, so therefore, the threshold for accepting it is that all countries accept that they're able to do it. Now, what you do, what you're talking about, we understand very well on the other side of Rue de Lausanne, is technically a plurilateral. In trade, it would be a plurilateral, which is a critical mass of members come together to say, we will report this. We won't have the same structure here, but I think we could have a conversation about, for example, on, I take just for instance, B3, which we lost, that could members say, while recognizing that these could not be accepted as global indicators for whatever reason, members in a position to do so have indicated a willingness to report against the following, and then you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But that would be sui generis. We would have to make that up as a working group. And we would have to make that up based on the kind of conversation you have just had. So I would invite us to reflect on this. It was already signaled that this could give us what I call a safety valve. But you can't begin to discuss your safety valve until we have finished our core business. But rest assured, and I ask members to recall that we had reflected on this before. And it is my intention, time allowing, to go through this conversation. And hopefully, and I thank you for raising this, because this may give comfort to some delegations that feel that this is all or nothing. It's all or nothing for global or not, but it's not all or nothing for whether or not there is some modality for reporting and capturing it. And that's why I said I also would ask the SRSG and Andrew later on to speak to, because we don't have a design for the Sendai monitoring process. We're doing the indicators sort of the cart before the horse or the horse before the cart, because we have benefited from the Secretariat's methodological papers. But whether the monitor will have, we expect the repository to be in UNISDR, what structure it will have, what forms will be developed for reporting, these will follow the indicators. Our primary task is to say, technically and scientifically, and on the basis of our national capabilities, what can we agree to be global indicators. That is our first line of business. And if I'm pushing hard, it's that you don't get credit for doing your supplementary work if you fail to do your primary work. And so our primary work are these that will go to green. Once we have done that comprehensively, we can look at any kind of follow-up that we want. And I invite you, Colombia, to come back in on how we may do this once we have completed this first process. Cuba.
Gracias, presidente. Dos puntos solamente, es muy breve. Bueno, yo creo que, como usted ha dicho, en el transcurso de la semana, en varias ocasiones hemos dicho que el trabajo de este grupo debía centrarse solamente en lo referido a los indicadores globales. En mi opinión personal, no es necesario decir en un documento de un grupo de trabajo que se invita a los estados que puedan hacer algo, que lo hagan. Si fuera necesario o de interés para un grupo de países establecer algún anexo a su informe sobre el grupo de trabajo de otros indicadores, creo que deberíamos aclarar que no es el grupo de trabajo quien lo está proponiendo, sino un grupo de países dentro del grupo de trabajo. Creo que esa precisión es importante y la hice en su...
Cuba, let's discuss this when we come to it. If there is opposition to doing it, it won't be done. But right now, I'm trying to get B6. So Cuba's views on B6, please.
Gracias, presidente. Nosotros estamos en favor de medir esto si fuera posible, pero entendemos, por lo que ha explicado el colega Andrew, que puede ser muy complicado, sobre todo porque estamos utilizando una variante de personas que reciben, personas que requieren y personas que reciben. Entonces ahí habría una función que no estoy muy claro de cómo en términos de medición lo haríamos. Y tengo dudas de traer a este ámbito una cuestión tan importante y a la vez delicada como la asistencia humanitaria, que tiene sus propias reglas que además deben ser cumplidas en todos los ámbitos, incluyendo la reducción de desastres. No sé de qué manera exactamente lo vamos a hacer. Si algún país podría elaborar en cómo hacerlo, podríamos escucharlo, pero por el momento nos parece que sería muy difícil de medir y nosotros ciertamente estaríamos en capacidad de ofrecer información de manera individual cuando sea necesario. Gracias, presidente.
Thank you, Cuba. Costa Rica. Costa Rica, you have the floor. Sir, could we have the microphones addressed, please?
Ya, ok. Bien, lo que quería mencionar básicamente es que este indicador efectivamente es complejo para medirlo. Algunos países, creo, tenemos normativa o procedimientos que determinan en qué debe consistir la asistencia inmediata ante situaciones de desastre. Nosotros tenemos una legislación que define asistencia humanitaria y determina, digamos, cuáles son los rubros que deben ser atendidos. Cuando inicialmente este indicador se había propuesto en la segunda sesión, estaba más enfocado, me parece, a todo lo que tenía que ver con la asistencia que recibían las personas que resultaban afectadas por desastre en un momento inmediato. Ha ido cambiando y ahora está fundamentalmente orientado al tema alimentario. Nosotros, si el indicador queda, lo mediríamos más en el enfoque de la asistencia humanitaria que recibe la población que resulta afectada por desastre, pero igual creo que va a ser un indicador que difícilmente nos vayamos a poner de acuerdo. Gracias.
Thank you, Australia.
Thank you, Chair. I share your frustration and despair at how this is progressing. You asked that we, I was going to make a more general comment, but you asked that we address B6. B6 I would oppose And the reason I would oppose is I think we're losing sight of what we're here for. You talked about a primary task. Our primary task is to develop indicators to measure the global targets. We now are down to the wire. We have 4 indicators that are approved. Are they sufficient to enable us to measure whether we are substantially reducing the number of affected people? I think yes. So, you know, I think we've done that. The number of people who require aid would be a nice to have, but we're not going to get there. We're going round in circles. And when I look ahead at the other targets, I think, you know, that will be my strategy in future going forward. And there really is only target G where there's a bit of openness about whether we've got sufficient indicators. So we need to be coming back to what are we doing? Have we got indicators that will allow us to measure the targets? Are they sufficient? Yes, move on. Thank you.
Thank you. And one of the things I had suggested is that we should use this morning to improve the quality of our submission. It's unlikely that we'll be able to do that because we're still in the weeds on these indicators. But as I said, I'm in the hands of members. India.
Distinguished Chair, I will be very short. Based on the inputs given by, technical inputs given by Mr. Andrew, we are flexible to consider it as an indicator, national indicator. However, we are opposed to consider it as a global indicator. Thank you.
Thank you. Paraguay.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Sobre el punto B6, consideramos de que se debería reportar efectivamente a aquellas personas o familias que hayan recibido ayuda humanitaria. Aquellas que la están requiriendo es algo confuso. Eso puede variar en una línea de tiempo, desde el momento que haya ocurrido el evento hasta que se haya asistido parcial o completamente a una comunidad. Y finalmente, el dividir comida de elementos que no sean comida está perfectamente entendible, atendiendo a que todo lo que represente materiales e insumos para apoyar a que la familia, a paliar el sufrimiento humano de aquellas familias que estén ya sea afectadas o desplazadas por un evento de desastre, tienen que recibir en algún momento. Es decir, Paraguay comparte de que el indicador B6 represente solamente aquellas familias que hayan recibido ayuda, incluida la de alimentos y no alimentos. Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you. Kenya.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to be brief. I think we have looked and heard what you have advised, and as far as we are concerned, this can be dealt with at the national level because different countries do it differently. Others, they give aid even when there are no disasters, and consequently, we risk the danger of getting too much overwhelmed and people giving and overstating the actual aid that they are giving. So I'd recommend that we leave it at national level and just discard it.
Thank you, El Salvador. Ruben, you have the final word.
Thank you. I swear to God, I'm trying to be constructive here, okay? But indicators, targets A, B, C, and D are indicators that measure things that we hope will go down, right? So as we implement the Sendai framework, we will expect those numbers to go down. BC right now is about state response. Unless I take a sovereign decision not to give aid anymore, that number is not going to go down. So that is one thing. Then, so either we shift it to G, or to any other, as I was saying before, that talks about state response rather than affectation. Or if you want to leave it in affectation, the only place in the Sendai framework in which you talk about food aid and non-food aid supplies, it's paragraph 33H, which talks about national and local levels and makes it part of the preparedness response. And here you talk including access to safe shelter, essential food and non-food relief supplies as appropriate to local needs. So those will be my two suggestions for you. I'm not saying delete it. I'm saying what the options will be from my point of view. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we have to bear in mind two things. One, we already have a framework, Sendai, that focuses our attention on the things to be done. Our task here is to craft indicators to measure progress against the targets. We also have to be mindful, and we have sort of selective memories. Many at the outset said they didn't want indicators and targets to become a burden. Now, as we expand the list of indicators, we equally should be considering how will our institutions meet the task of reporting. I spoke to the head of a regional body, and this is a very serious preoccupation, because as we craft the indicators, we also assume a responsibility to report. Now, I have the misfortune of sitting in different bodies that have transparency obligations, some of which have binding rules behind them. And if you look at the level of compliance with reporting, in many cases, it's below 50%. So I ask us, as we think of these indicators, yes, we want to send to New York a strong document, but it's not about the numbers. It's about the value and viability of the indicators. So I'm just saying that we shouldn't lose. It's not a counting game. We are not going to get credit for 7 indicators per target. We're going to get credit for the right indicator for the right target. I'm not saying that this, if you look at where we are, and this is why I said we should have, we could have focused on a quality building exercise today. Every indicator has more than every target has more than 2 indicators in green at the moment. So what has happened so far is that, in deference to the concerns of members, we have allowed essentially a second round discussion on these unresolved indicators. But it is clear now that we can't have a full second round and do everything we need to do by the end of the day, which is why I explained to Uruguay that in terms of how we test the room, we have to do it in a way that is different from others. If you use your full toolbox, on some of these I would defer them and hold consultations. I would come to delegations and I say, what if we did this or what if we did that? But I don't feel constrained to do that because these are indicators. If this was pre-Sendai and we're looking at how to establish global commitments to do things for DRR, that would be a greater burden. But here we're saying, how do we measure? So the burden is not as great to say, let us spend night and day, although many of you spent till 1 a.m. to clear the decks on the first line of indicators. So I'm just asking us, this is the most coherent and cohesive group I work with, believe it or not. So that is because it has started out with a shared belief that what we're doing matters to all of us. There are a few distinctions and differences in terms of levels of development, resources, capacity, but everybody wants to save lives, preserve property, and restore livelihoods in the face of inevitable disaster. So I know with that, because I know we had a little bit of a tough exchange, I wanted to soften the entry to the discussion now on decision on B6. And I'm mindful that my friend from the WFP, is concerned about the state of Rome. But the decision really is, can we or can we not do B6 as a global indicator? And I put it to members. Those who support the retention of B6, I have heard the distinctions between received and requiring. My sense is that we can use either term depending on whether the overall indicator is acceptable. So we can come to that if we have to. But first, I want to test the room. Is there support for adopting B6 as a global indicator? Please indicate by raising your flags. Thank you. Those in support for the retention of B6 as a global indicator have indicated. Those who are opposed to having B6 as a global indicator, please raise your flags. Just on the adoption of B6. B6 falls. C. Sorry. Ruben. 7. Oh yes, it has inner brackets. I'm sorry, I thought green meant go. Yes. My recollection is that we had decided to leave livelihoods broad rather than enumerating agricultural. So it would have been number of people whose livelihoods
disrupted, destroyed, or lost livelihoods were attributed to disasters.
How do you?
Who fixed it? Whose livelihoods were disrupted, destroyed, or lost?
Or lost.
Due to disaster.
Okay. So we delete the bracketed language which confused us. So number of people whose livelihoods were disrupted. If it's destroyed, can it be found? If it's lost, is it destroyed?
Disrupted or destroyed?
Yeah, can we just say disrupted or destroyed and delete lost? It reads better as due to, but I'm afraid to try it for semantic and stylistic elegance. Let's leave attributed for the time being. Ruben.
Thank you. Just to set the tone, we are totally happy to support. We were happier when we just spoke about agricultural sector. It seems that for us, counting livelihoods that are lost in any other sector of the economy will be highly challenging. But as long as we have the common understanding that the countries will report on sectors as their growing capacities will allow them to do so, then we're more than happy to just keep it as open and as vague as you have it right now. Thank you.
I think for both this indicator and C, it is clear that the preponderance of members and the technical experts regard agriculture as the most mature. But I think that we had the understanding that to the countries to decide. And I would want to avoid reopening the debate about whose livelihood or whose industry. Japan.
Supportive of this indicator, but seeing such a kind of the appetite from many member states, I'd like to ask one question. Maybe Japan do not have any baseline data to calculate it, and then how can we do if we are not able to calculate the data backwards and we don't have any intention to calculate in the future?
Japan, that's a question for yourself.
Yes, but if there is any advice how such country can do to contribute to this target?
I think we were told that in agriculture, certainly, the data on losses has been captured consistently beyond the period of the baseline preparation. And I think Andrew can advise us, but I think that there were methodologies that were suggested that would look at population in affected areas and losses and come up with that. Let me leave it to Andrew. I'm not an expert.
Thank you, Chair. The answer to the question is actually in the language we've put under Target C, where we've left agriculture as a separate sector, which everyone felt they could do. And we had a second, if we could just scroll down a little bit, please. So we have agriculture as C2A, and then in C2B, scroll down a little bit more. No, it's okay. We have just go down to that annotation under C2B. And we said C2B for other sectors, and under Target C, we said countries would report against those economic sectors relevant to their economies, correct? So this would, in a sense, give us the link back into B7. Countries would report back on those sectors which are relevant and presumably for which they would have data. So agriculture seems to be the one which everyone's agreed on, and under C2B, we've said other sectors according to what countries, what is relevant to them and what they can report on.
Thank you. And I recall also the point that was made that the methodology or the scope that you decide to apply at the outset is fine, provided you don't change it until 2030. And the idea, I think, if I interpret the experts correctly, is that if you, even though it may be a selective reporting, the trend will be true if you keep the same basis to 2030. And I'm trying to absorb from the experts. So I think Japan, the sense is that the country itself will determine how it would report based on the data it has. And the livelihoods to be reported would be those livelihoods for which you have data and are able to do it. And that is why we sought not to be prescriptive, because the more prescriptive we are, the more difficult it would be. So with that, let me ask if there are any further amendments to B7. There are no further amendments to B7. It's settled as is. Pakistan, followed by the OECD, but we're Pakistan.
Sorry, Chair, I don't want to delay the proceedings, but the formulation as it was read better in connection with how the formulation for indicators B4 and B5 had been drafted. Number of people whose disrupted or destroyed livelihoods were attributed to disasters. With this formulation, we don't have any objection. Thank you.
Are you insisting Pakistan? Thank you. Because it's a more technically elegant way of saying it. But I think that at this stage, we have some acceptance of it as it is, and I'm wary of disturbing what we have. OECD.
Is the microphone working? Yes, thank you, Chair. Just one more technical comment, but if the goal is to provide data to achieve global targets or to report on global targets, you may want to make sure that in some of the supporting notes or the definitions, there would be one way whether we know that some of these numbers can be added together or whether they represent different groups and we don't know how much of the overlap is, because you would otherwise end up with 4 different numbers that would not give you any indication on the total number affected. So I think it would be quite an important point that will need to be precised.
CD, take note of by the Secretariat. We move to C. Stop me if you need to stop me. C2, Cuba.
Just perdón, we have translation. Para hacer una pregunta, presidente, esto, comments for inclusion in the technical guidance note, esto significa que no va a estar dentro del indicador, sino que será reflejado en un documento técnico que la Secretaría elaborará después. Esa es la pregunta, ¿no? Para saber si forma parte o no del indicador, porque veo que hemos utilizado una fórmula diferente al resto de los footnotes y annotations que hemos tenido hasta ahora. Pero no tendríamos problema con el contenido, lo que queremos saber dónde va. Gracias.
Thank you. And I think there are a couple of others that we discussed that we would come back to in terms of placement. So let me go to the Secretariat first and then come to members in terms of how you would. My preference for most would be to have them reflected in the report itself. But I would be guided by Andrew in terms of those which are suggested for technical guidance, because we have not agreed collectively on the status of technical guidance notes, what they would look like. So one way, if members are concerned, that the content must be reflected as an output would be to include it in our own annotations or explanatory notes. So let me ask the Secretariat to come in and then we can come back.
Yeah, we would suggest that these, as we have done in targets A and B, are left as annotations. And that doesn't preclude afterwards also incorporating them into a technical advisory note.
Thank you. So I think that the technical and what I assume would be our view would be to keep them in annotations rather, and if they are repeated in technical notes, so be it. That answers Cuba. El Salvador.
Well, there's translation, right? Ok, bueno, muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. Estamos perfectamente bien con C1, C2A, C2B e incluso con el C5 alt. Solamente quisiéramos asegurarnos, y esto es por mi propia ignorancia, de que en el C2B, en donde estamos juntando todas las otras sectores de la economía que no son agricultura, sí, en el término productive assets se entiende que también estaríamos hablando de servicios, o si es necesario, según la Secretaría, agregar una palabra servicios en algún lugar. El tema de la disrupción al sector turismo, por ejemplo, nos interesa mucho llegarlo a contabilizar bien, pero solamente queremos saber si se va a sobreentender que también incluye sector servicios, incluyendo turismo, o si hay que hacerlo más específico. Gracias.
Thank you. I wonder whether and we can change for the annotation from comments for inclusion in technical guidance to just annotation, so that we don't, based on the response to Cuba's first question. I'm wondering whether, in light of El Salvador's question, in C2B, out of an abundance of caution, we could simply insert would be disaggregated by economic sector, comma, including services. And that would, and then according to a standard, because just to stipulate, because one would assume that services are, in fact, for most of our economies, certainly for our own, services is more than 70%. So if you talk about reporting on economic activity, now we're looking at the infrastructure. So I suspect, for example, if you're looking at destruction to assets, it wouldn't be the insurance service providers, but would be the places or the structures, the infrastructure with which they work as a proxy. But I'm not the expert. Cuba, followed by Japan.
Gracias, presidente. Lo que me pregunto es, estoy completamente de acuerdo con su propuesta y la apoyamos. Lo que me preocupa es que solamente estamos poniendo according to a standard international classification. Me parece que sería mejor according to standard international classifications, en plural, porque no todos los países tendrían por qué seguir el mismo estándar, ¿no? Entonces me parece que si lo dejamos más amplio, quedaría mejor. Pero la idea pienso que está muy buena.
Thank you. We amended according to standard international classifications, full stop. For example, in goods, you could use SITC, you could use the harmonized system. There are different.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, maybe we have discussed this issue on Wednesday, but sorry, I'm getting tired and forgot what we have discussed clearly. So can you say maybe the similar explanation again, kindly, so that I can report to my people back in Canada? Why we segregated agriculture out of all other economic sectors? Sorry if it is repeated the same question. Sorry.
Thank you, Japan. In fact, this is an important observation. The point had always been made that agriculture has been included in this sort of reporting for quite some time. So it is a mature sector as far as this kind of reporting is concerned. It is not the same for other sectors. So the idea was to take advantage of the stability in agricultural reporting and keep it by itself, and then to add something that allows for other sectors which might or might not have similar levels of maturity in data capture and reporting, and that would be at the direction and selection of members. FAO?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. FAO is very pleased to see that in indicator C2 that most of the agriculture subsector are included, but we also wish to remind that agriculture is understood to include the 4 subsectors: crops, which I do not see it there, crop, livestock, fisheries and aquaculture and forestry sectors, as well as associated facilities or assets and infrastructure. And I also wish to mention that in livestock sectors, livestock is intended to include also the 2-leg animals. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, 2-leg. Okay. Thank you. Can we just reflect? We had agreed that we would use the definition as proposed by the FAO. I think we assumed and took crops for granted, but perhaps out of an abundance of caution, understood to include crops, livestock, fishes, and aquaculture and forest sectors. And I think we had agreed to include beekeeping based on Ethiopia's question and FAO's indication that it is for some reason not included in those categories. So you live and you learn. I thought beekeeping was covered in standard agricultural descriptions. Brazil.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to clarify one simple question. I know we have discussed methodology extensively in this target, in this indicator. However, I'm confused about what to report, we have to report. Because the document on results of informals, it recommends that we report here on number of facilities or number of livestock that were destroyed or lost and so on. But we also have our own methodology to measure direct economic loss. So I just want to clarify if you're free to use our methodology when reporting.
Yeah, I think we went through this issue yesterday or the day before yesterday, where we said that national methodologies on any of the indicators could be used, provided they're specified in the metadata and that they don't change over time between now and 2030.
Thank you. C6. Direct economic loss due to damaged or destroyed administrative buildings attributed to disasters. We had a long discussion whether this should be inserted into C7, whether it should stand alone or whether it should remain. The floor is open because I see it here, but I frankly thought we had come to some position on it. Andrew.
I mean, I think this is one you have to take to, again, a consensus. Yeah, this is one, I mean, I think we just need to get a quick consensus on.
Could you tell us, Andrew, how it would be used, this information?
I mean, it's just another category of direct economic loss, which we either capture it or we don't capture it. This is fundamentally governmental buildings, which, I mean, may be a significant source of direct economic loss.
OECD?
The reflection on this and some of these others, and also in line of our previous comments on the B indicators, I think if you want to be able to build an economic aggregated target afterwards, you may want to keep in mind the national accounts structures, and in a sense, I think the productive sector, of course, it should be seen as, in a sense, the what you call the enterprise sector or the market economy, and these administrative buildings is a too narrow definition, because all what you would want to get at is, in a sense, maybe all the publicly owned building, just maybe excluding cultural heritage if you want to keep it separate. But administrative buildings seems to me to be a relatively narrow notion. Another point is that you would want to make sure that critical infrastructure are part of the productive capacity in countries. So in order to avoid double counting, you would want to make sure that the losses reported to critical infrastructures are not double reported in the losses to the productive sector. Otherwise, you will end up with numbers that you can't organize or structure. Thank you.
CD, and I'm sure that in this regard, the national statistical experts will be, when the indicators are to be applied internally, will have the appropriate methodologies for addressing double counting. So, for example, if your economic loss in a service is in a service that is a part of your critical infrastructure, do you report it both times, or do you reserve reporting it in one or the other? But I think that will be determined by the country itself and how it disaggregates its sectors. I assume that we all understand that administrative buildings would be government buildings or public buildings. Do we need to, let's leave it as is. Let me come to the room now for a decision on C6. Do we keep C6 as a global indicator? Or, sorry, do we make C6 a global indicator? Those who wish to make C6 a global indicator on the C, please raise your flags. Okay. Bhutan, Iran. Those who do not want to see C6 as a global indicator, please raise your flags. Okay, C6 drops. We remove it. Okay, C8. Floor is open. El Salvador.
Thank you, and I'm really sorry for coming to micromanagement level here, but again, we are happy to have it, but can we have, I hate footnotes, but can we have a footnote? Because again, as I told you, we are not as blessed as many other countries when it comes to UNESCO World Heritage Sites. We only have one. So if we decide that this kind of actually includes our national list of nationally valuable sites, then we're more than happy to go with it. Thank you.
I think what El Salvador is saying that to limit the scope of natural cultural heritage assets to be covered, countries would be expected to base this accounting on some pre-existing list of cultural heritage sites or facilities. Sweden.
Would like to keep it as a global, or move it up, I guess you say, as a global indicator, and proves the compromise situation here, because this would be very little counting and it would get cultural heritage on the table.
Ecuador.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Perdón por intervenir a esta hora, pero para Ecuador este es un tema muy importante y lo voy a decir, todos los países de aquí de una manera u otra somos signatarios de los diversos convenios de la UNESCO, somos signatarios del ICROM, que es el Instituto Internacional de Preservación de Bienes Culturales. No se requiere que sean patrimonios reconocidos a nivel mundial. Cada país tiene su propia riqueza y en otros foros ya nos hemos comprometido a hacer esa lista nacional. Ecuador, por ejemplo, tiene la lista nacional de parques que tienen que ser protegidos. Es decir, los mecanismos están. Esta herramienta lo que haría es ayudarnos a sistematizar lo que ya nuestros países tienen. Estamos muy a favor de que se incluya y la verdad es que no le vería la necesidad del footnote, pero como usted lo considere mejor, señor presidente.
Thank you, and I think in respect of the footnote, perhaps the country itself could determine the basis on which it would report, and if you have a list, it would be the basis. If you don't have a list, it probably would be developed as needed. Morocco.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Sur cet indicateur, nous soutenons également cet indicateur que nous trouvons très important. Beaucoup de pays, justement, ont des monuments, des sites sensibles à protéger, et ce serait important, disons, de le renseigner au niveau de cet indicateur, et surtout que l'UNESCO aussi, je pense qu'il y a un représentant ici, il peut aussi donc appuyer donc cet indicateur. Et merci.
Thank you. Mexico, followed by Cuba.
Sí, nosotros apoyamos la propuesta de Ecuador y quisiera yo agregar que en nuestro país tenemos un inventario muy extenso, no solo cuestiones que están como las pirámides o que la UNESCO tiene protegidos, sino también en nuestros hospitales tenemos murales de Siqueiros, de gente muy famosa, y doy el ejemplo en el sismo de 1985, en el Centro Médico Nacional, fue una preocupación muy grande preservar toda esta herencia cultural. Entonces apoyamos la propuesta de Ecuador, incluyendo en que no es necesaria la nota al pie de página.
Thank you. Cuba, followed by Japan.
Presidente, nos parecía que este es un indicador muy interesante. Pensamos que puede ser un indicador global y no creemos que la nota sea indispensable, pero si para algunos países lo es en aras del consenso, no, tampoco habría un problema en aceptarlo.
Thank you. Japan.
We are not in favor of supporting these indicators because the nature of the economic value of something that has been built maybe 1,000 years ago, how could you calculate in today's value and it's very arbitrary or artificially manipulated figure to, if we say something that has never been built again in the same format. So I think, yes, if we try to calculate it, we can, but I don't recommend it if it is to be compared in the same format as other economic laws, such as, for example, something that is listed in C2B. Thank you.
Peru, you have the floor.
Sí, señor presidente, efectivamente nosotros consideramos muy importante esta temática y este indicador porque va a ayudar efectivamente a que los sectores que tienen que ver con los temas de protección a los patrimonios históricos culturales puedan incluir de manera prospectiva y correctiva los contenidos, el enfoque de gestión de riesgo de desastres para proteger estos, valga la redundancia, patrimonios. Entonces, sin embargo, efectivamente, creo que es importante considerar lo que acaba de señalar Japón, o sea, cómo sería la mejor manera de considerarlo. Gracias.
Thank you. We are running close to the end of the morning session. On my list are Switzerland, Costa Rica, and India. Could we have quick comments and then let us take a decision? Switzerland, followed by Costa Rica.
Thank you very much. We absolutely support Japan. The problem is the direct economic loss in this indicator, and that's why we not support it as a global one. Thank you.
Costa Rica, followed by India.
Gracias, señor presidente. Nosotros apoyamos totalmente la propuesta de Ecuador, de Perú, de México, de El Salvador, de que debemos tener un indicador global que nos permita medir el daño a sitios patrimonio o no de la humanidad, pero que son sumamente importantes para la cultura, el bienestar de cada país. Nosotros, por ejemplo, en la zona sur tenemos esferas precolombinas que son patrimonio de la humanidad, que están súper expuestas a inundaciones y, como decía Perú, necesitamos contemplar en los planes de emergencia la seguridad de esos sitios también. No me parece que el argumento de que en estos momentos no existe una metodología precisa para medir el valor económico sea el más fuerte, porque hay estimaciones que se pueden hacer al respecto. Y quisiera otra vez enfatizar el hecho de que no me parece apropiado, como en algún momento lo mencionaba Ecuador, que porque un solo país o dos estén en contra de algo que es muy valioso para la mayoría, tengamos que deshacernos de un indicador global tan importante. Muchas gracias.
Well, you'll have to talk to that one country if you wish, but we'll come to that when we come to the decision. India.
Distinguished Chair, purely on technical grounds, for collecting the data and converting this into statistical information, we are opposed to keeping this as a global indicator. Thank you.
Let me now ask members on C8, those who would wish to see it as a global indicator, please raise your flags. Okay. Those who oppose its insertion as a global indicator. Okay, my secondary question, is your opposition, is your position flexible or not? Those positions that are not at all flexible, please raise your flags. Japan?
What do you mean by flexible?
Would be prepared, while not supporting it, to accept it. Please indicate. You oppose it, but your position is not such that you would block it being accepted, given the fact that many members are seeking it. If you absolutely do not want it to go, and you cannot go to your capital and tell them that it was accepted, then of course you'd have to tell us. But if clearly you have made the argument that there are serious challenges in doing it and reflecting it in the context of the target. But that is slightly different from saying that we would not want it to be done and would not try to do it. So I'm leaving it to members to come back now and tell me. We have many members who want this target, but there are a number of members, not just one, who do not want this target. So I'm in the hands of those who are opposing to say, would you allow it to go ahead despite your reservations, or do you feel that it would do such damage to the target's measurement as an indicator that you would not be able to accept it given the preponderance of interest in keeping it? India.
Distinguished Chair, we would not like to break the consensus if it is developing in this House, and we will go by the consensus if this is the mood of the delegates here. Thank you.
Is this the view of all other delegations who are not supportive? So let me ask, among those delegations that have expressed opposition, is there any that would oppose consensus towards accepting this indicator? Malaysia.
Thank you, Chair. This is going to be a burden for reporting, and I have very strict instructions to not come back with this indicator. However, we are supportive if this indicator becomes a national level indicator. Thank you.
You don't have to do anything to make an indicator national. So the real issue is whether you can go back to your capital with it being accepted on the basis that despite your reservations, many members wished it and you did not seek to reject it. But we are in your hands. I see El Salvador, then I'll come back to you, Malaysia. El Salvador?
Thank you. Just a quick reaction about the methodology. I don't really think it's really helpful to prevent everybody from doing something just because one or two delegations can't do it. Wouldn't it be the other way around, giving those two or that one delegation the flexibility of leaving it somewhere in an exposition of position, written if they may, that they are unable and are willing to report on whatever indicator? So I'm sure that that would be like a minority level of information, and even without that level of information, a global trend will still be able to be developed. Thank you.
Please remember that we will resume a formal session in which all of the tools available to you will be there. That is, and also at the end of our proceedings, members can explain whatever reservations, whatever strong feelings they have on the indicators. So I think, Malaysia, there would be the opportunity to express a view on a particular indicator on which you have reservations, but you would have accepted in the interest of the broad majority of members to allow it to pass. Malaysia?
Mr. Chairman, if we can have an annotation that this is optional, then we will have no problems. Thank you.
Well, Malaysia, remember this is a voluntary process. So if we annotate that it is optional when it is already voluntary, it may be challenging. Might I invite you to explain Malaysia's reservation in an explanation when we come to this item? Thank you. We adopt C8 as a global indicator, understanding that some delegations will be expressing reservations or reflecting the challenges they would face in adopting this. C9. Direct economic loss. This is another one that is, of course, quite interesting. Environmental assets. The floor is open. How much time do we have? When do we lose interpretation? Thank you. We have no interpretation. We proceed. I see no Costa Rica.
In lack of interpretation, we just want to say that we strongly support this indicator. We have been working a lot on making sure that we can account for this, not only within our emergency and disaster risk reduction plans, but also within our national accounts in the national budget. Thank you.
Bangladesh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is our understanding that it's the environmental assets as it stands right now, a part of it would actually be counted through the definition of agriculture that we have. So we would not be supporting another indicator at this moment. Thank you.
Japan, you have the floor. And we'll just see and break. So please see if we can rush through these last two, and then so we don't begin the afternoon with a C grade.
Thank you. We do not support these C9 indicators because we don't have any baseline data.
Cuba.
Thank you, Chair. I believe this is going to be extremely difficult to measure for certain countries, certainly for my own. I think that there are goals and within the SDGs process relating to somehow measure this in the future. Also in the Marrakesh process, I know that they are looking into some of this of environmental degradation assets. Also, I think that we have already included some things in an annotation in a previous indicator related to green infrastructure. And then maybe there we could have some measurement, but at this point we could not support this indicator as a global one on lack of capacity to do so.
Botswana.
Thank you, Chair. We share the same sentiments that it's really very difficult to know what do we mean by environmental assets, and definitely it's going to be difficult to even add or quantify the economic value to those assets. Thank you.
Thank you, Botswana. Philippines.
Mr. Chair, we have difficulty on this indicator as we do not have any methods yet for evaluating our environmental assets. Thank you.
Thank you. And let me remind that others have said that the target is reducing direct disaster economic loss. So part of the calculation needs to be at what point do we have sufficient elements to effectively measure the target. And so it is not just a matter of the interest in or desirability of a subject. It's whether indeed it is important or perhaps vital to the integrity of the measurement of the target. So please let us remember the focus for which we are seeking that we're seeking to apply to the work we're doing. India.
Distinguished Chair, capturing the data for loss of environmental assets is a noble idea. It is extremely important, useful. However, in absence of any established methodology, process, procedures, and baselines, we are not in a position to capture this data. However, those countries who are in a position to do so, they should take the lead and they should start capturing it at national level, so that after 15 years when we sit down, we project it and it becomes a global indicator. But as of now, we are not supporting it as a global indicator. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We seem to be sort of evenly divided on this issue. And so I have 3 more speakers on my list. Bhutan, Morocco, Gambia and Armenia, 4 speakers. If the points have already been made, we don't need to hear them again, but please intervene to share quickly so that we can come to a decision point on this. Bhutan.
Thank you, Chair. We would actually like to support this indicator as a global indicator because disasters have a significant impact on the environment and vice versa. Thank you.
Thank you. Morocco.
Monsieur le Président, rapidement, c'est vrai, c'est un indicateur très pertinent.
Then my apologies.
Ah, d'accord. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This indicator is very important and pertinent, but I understand that some countries don't to maintain because there is no methodology or there is no clear methodology. But if I don't know if there is with us the World Bank, because there is a methodology of calculating the loss, the loss, economic loss. And thank you.
Gambia.
We quite agree that it's a good indicator, but unfortunately on our side we have difficulties on measurements. We have no capacity and there are no baselines. Thank you.
Thank you, Gambia. Armenia.
We don't support this indicator because it's very difficult to measure. We don't have any methodology.
Thank you. Now let me put this to decision. C8. Countries in support of adopting C8 as a global indicator. Sorry, C9. Okay, it's C9. Countries in support of adopting C9 as a global indicator, please raise your flags. That is, you want it to be global. Countries opposed to this being made a global indicator. In this case, my appeal is to the proponents. Would you accept and yield this so that we do not put it forward as a global indicator? See no objection. C9 is dropped as a global indicator. C10, Japan.
Thank you. Maybe. Thank you.
There's a risk of moral hazard there.
Clear.
Professor has made it, made me an expert on risk transfer and moral hazard.
And I'd like to add, it's not the ISDR is a globally good position to calculate it. Other private sector has better position to, or direct access to the raw data. Thank you.
Netherlands.
I support the remark made by Japan, and before you close the meeting, I would like to have more a possibility to have another general remark.
Where support this indicator?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We, at this moment, we do not support this indicator as a global indicator. Thank you.
Colombia.
We support these indicators. We of course we know it's going to go away. That's a reality. But Nevertheless, we want to restate that it is very important for this kind, and the last one on environmental, that we should maintain the voluntary basis if a group of states consider that an indicator working with UNISDR is important. So we should keep that space for indicators like this on environmental. So thank you.
Yeah, please draft and talk to Alejandro on how we may formulate that, because I want us to be very focused in looking at this sometime before 5:30 p.m. today. Cuba.
Thank you, Chair. I understand that this is a very important tool for disaster risk reduction strategies as a risk transfer mechanism, but I couldn't agree with having it as a global indicator on the basis of lack of capacity to measure it, and also because not all countries have the same access to financial institutions who could ensure your insurance. That is why.
To India.
Mr. Chair, we support the argument given by Japan. In absence of credible data, we are not in a position to accept it as a global indicator. Thank you.
Thank you. United States.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we are joining the delegates before us in the United States. This is completely private sector, and U.S. government does not collect insurance data. Thank you. We oppose to it.
Thank you, U.S. France.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we don't have a strong position of that, and we're okay if it goes away. But we think it would be useful to mention somewhere in the concept note or working document that would come with that, that the insurance sector do have a lot of data regarding what we want to measure in target C, and we think it would be useful if while doing that work of gathering all the data under all those indicators and sub-indicators, a country would reach to the insurance sector to see if they can share their data.
Thank you. Indonesia.
Thank you, Chair. We also like to join others in opposing this indicator to be a global indicator simply because we don't have the data, and I think our insurance company do not covers disaster-related risks. So in that case, let me also reaffirm our opposition to this indicator.
Malaysia.
Thank you, Chair. Malaysia does not support this indicator because the information is in the private sector. Furthermore, our research published in has revealed that insurance does not promote risk reduction behavior. The same findings have been found by our collaborators in Japan, India, and the Philippines. Thank you.
Thank you. Australia.
Also, we oppose, we have no way of collecting that sort of data from the private sector.
Thank you. Thank you. It seems to me that most members who have spoken are uncomfortable with this indicator. So at this point, I want to put it to decision. For delegations that wish to see C10 as a global indicator, please raise your flags. Delegations opposed to C10 as a global indicator. Well, Colombia, you already said that you had predicted the expression of support. Armenia, there is not support for this to proceed. Would you accept? All right, C10 goes. We have run over time. We will resume at 3 o'clock promptly. Sorry, Switzerland and Netherlands.
Thank you, Chair. I was just wondering, in the interest of time, if delegates could agree to start maybe a little earlier this time and cut their lunch break short. Just a question and suggestion. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, actually. No, I prefer to break now and resume earlier. Sorry, we'll come back on whether we resume at an earlier time in a minute. We're checking on whether we'll be able to have sound. Netherlands.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make two comments, one on a possible note, but I'll start.
We would prefer to do that in the afternoon session.
I'd like to do it now, if you allow me. In a former version of the document, there was an annotation made that countries would be encouraged to report on risk-informed investments. Now this annotation has disappeared here. And I would like to illustrate this.
Sorry, Netherlands. It probably would be better to make this intervention when we are actually looking at the addition of reporting material and annotation. So it's not that it's lost. I quite remember you making this point. And my intention is when we have finished this round to come to exactly what you are proposing. So it'd be better to do it then rather than to do it now and repeat it then. Thank you. But please remember that this is the intent. Thank you. Thank you. I advise that we will have sound at 2:30. So we will resume at 2:30. Ruben, are you okay?
No, I'm not. A lot of us follow not only this portfolio, and from 1 to 3, it's not even lunch. We need to go to our mission, and I need to work on biological weapons and many other things. So if I'm the only one who's following not only this...
You're working on biological weapons. Okay. Switzerland, Ruben feels that his multitasking would present a challenge. Let me invite delegations to use the period to consult. Those who have outstanding indicators that you feel you may need to consult with delegations that are opposed or that support, please use the interim between now and 3 o'clock to do that. We will resume sharply at 3 o'clock, and we will try to get through the remaining indicators and bracketed terminology by 4:30. We need to allow ourselves enough time to consider what Colombia has raised and what we had signaled, and to also review and ensure that we can agree on a high-quality report. See you at 3. Enjoy your lunch. No.
nicht diese Töne, sondern lasst uns angenehmere anstimmen und betreten feuertrunken himmlische dein Heiligtum. Deine Zauber bilden wieder, was die Mode streng geteilt. Alle Menschen werden Brüder, wo dein sanfter Flügel weilt. Deine Zauber bilden wieder, was die Mode streng geteilt. Alle Menschen werden Brüder, wo dein sanfter Flügel weilt.
Good afternoon, colleagues. We continue our treatment of the indicators. We have completed indicators A through C, and we now proceed to indicator D. I see the delegation of Canada. We're on indicator D.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, colleagues. I just thought I would bookend our meeting as I did on Monday with a little pep talk as we're about to head into the last 3 hours. Just on a general point, I'd just like to ask colleagues if they could show both flexibility and restraint in their interventions from now till the end of the time we have together. I'm not at all prejudging the quality or positions that you may be taking. I'm just asking you to look around the room and see the number of people and the number of issues ahead of us and do that math. I would also, again, put a call out, as we are an expert group, although we are the decision makers, to truly take into consideration the advice of experts. And if we are going to, as is our prerogative, go in a different direction, reflect on the implications of that and the reasons why we wish to do so. And lastly, not to take away from the time, as I've just said, but I thought I might invite the chair, if he's so inclined, to give a very short reiteration of the rules of procedure that are governing our decision-making from now until the end. That may help guide us in a speedy way towards a successful conclusion and outcome document. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada, and I accept your invitation to clarify. Of course, we are under the General Assembly Rules of Procedure, so we are free to revert to decision by majority if that is our election. What I have been trying to do is to creatively use a consensus-based approach to decision-making. And for those of you who are familiar with different formats, what I have been doing today is a bit unusual because it involves expressions by virtue of a virtual straw poll. When I ask for indications of preference in a binary manner, for or against, it is to determine the scope for building consensus. Where positions are near evenly opposed, it is clear that we will have neither the time nor the ability to bridge those differences among so many delegations. Where there's a preponderance of support expressed in one direction, I appeal to those in the other direction to indicate whether they have flexibility. If those in the minority, significant or not, choose not to bridge, then the indicator goes. If the proponent feels strongly enough to call for reversion to the absolute rules of procedure and seek a decision, they can do so at any time. So the procedure I'm seeking to do is convergence and consensus. But that is at best a difficult thing to do in a room like this. It also is difficult to do when we do not have one of the elements in the toolbox, which is to break and consult. Now, in other settings, we would do that. I have repeatedly said our primary objective is to ensure that all targets have a minimum level of clarity in their indicators. So what I have been pushing to do is to get to G with at least a sufficient number of indicators on which the targets can be measured. I have also entertained Colombia's suggestion that we come to a conversation thereafter about what of the other indicators that do not pass muster but are significant and important for many members. I cannot prejudge how that will be done because we already have expressions of differences of view as to whether it can be treated collectively or not. But I think that if we end at 6 o'clock without a clear decision on indicators in each category, we will have failed. My hope was that we would have used today for value addition. So when we go through the green, it's not to reopen them, but basically to polish them. When we go through the white, which would be the ones unresolved, is to see whether, and remember, these have been before us for some time. So ideally, one would expect that proponents would have consulted with presumed opponents in order to find common ground. So when we come to a discussion in here, the fruits of those consultations would inform the way in which the deliberations go. If we're going to do the deliberations de novo in here, it is impossible for us to bridge complex issues in half an hour or an hour. So the logical conclusion there is that if there's not assent, it falls away. And I give the example of the first issue we dealt with this morning. I sought to use different ways of addressing what I considered to be a significant motivation of the proponents. I also took into account the methodological aspect in which we were told that one of the underlying issues in that white indicator, which is evacuation, would be important to a methodology that is well tested. I went through all of this, and every delegation was able to hear each aspect of it. With that in mind, I asked delegations to reflect and decide. I could do no more, and I can do no more in the case of the rest. I have said that I will not abridge a speakers list if members wish to continue to speak. In cases where I detect that a trend has emerged such that a proponent could make a conclusion along with the conclusion I make, I go back to the proponent. In that context, I will stop the speakers list and ask for the room to signal its view. If the proponent wants an opportunity for further deliberation and insists, I would continue the speakers list. But in each case, I have asked, and there has been no request for that to be done. I took note of Uruguay's observation that they would have raised their flag, but this truncating of the discussion at a point where I feel that members can reflect their views in other ways is a way of trying to save time. I am quite prepared to go back to basically being a policeman, running the red and green lights on the speakers list. The problem with that is that we have had a complete discussion and unabridged speakers list on all indicators. And many of you were concerned at the length of time it took to deal with each indicator. My understanding is it's better to do that early rather than late. So you allow for more interventions as you go through your first reading, because I've seen this before. At the last minute, you then rush to make decisions. We are going to be judged, and I think that's part of the burden of Canada's intervention, on the quality of what we send. And so if we do not observe some rigor, and I've asked even before today, are we measuring the indicators against the burden on ourselves to report? And not selectively, it's a burden across all indicators, and the efficacy of the indicators as a means of measuring the targets. I have put that to you. That is all I will do. If we end up with indicators that do not make sense to me, you will not know it, because it is not my indicators. Jamaica has a delegate here, and he will express my country's concerns as he has in respect of any indicator from a national perspective. And his view will be respected, as will and has been the views of each delegation. And I remind delegations to understand what it takes to push an issue for which there is little or no support, or to push against an issue for which there is significant and overwhelming support. I don't want to get into the business of telling you what each of you would have been told in your ministries of foreign affairs when you're going out on your first mission. When you're in such a position where you hold the balance of a decision, there are certain measures that you take. I know what I take for Jamaica. First is this inimical to my national interest? If I accept it, will there be some harm done to my interest? If that is not the case, will there be some systemic harm done to the institution or mechanism to which the decision relates that will bring indirectly harm to my interests, such that I am obliged to oppose it? These are simple assessments that you make. If neither of those are the case, and it's simply that you have a preference for the position that is not generally supported, in many cases, your capital, if you send it to them, will instruct you to yield. But presumably, you would have that capacity here to say, neither of these are affected. It's not going to hurt the system. It doesn't hurt my national interest. It doesn't require me to do something that my country cannot do and will not accept. And then you exercise your flexibility. I did not want to go to this degree of explanation because I'm not a tutor. I'm not here to tell you how to order the management of your instructions. We have made very good progress, and I did not say it in a trite manner, that this is the body in which I am engaged where natural convergence is most apparent. We are here discussing indicators to measure targets that were hard fought. I was there. When we decided on these targets, all the battles were fought. Now, the notion that to measure what you are already committed to doing should be problematic or should be put into any notion of divides is quite alien to me, because it is, in my view, a pretty straightforward thing to say. We have targets to be measured. It will be measured based on our collective ability to generate data and report it. And if it cannot be done, we need to make a judgment. If it cannot be done today, will it be capable of being done tomorrow? If it can't be done in time for us to have a global measurement, should we insist on keeping it? And I know one delegation that has done work on this consistently raises this question. But if in the midst of all the evidence, members choose to go in another direction, it is your decision. So with that, target D. There are no unresolved indicators in target D. We have decided that in respect of comments for technical guidance notes, these will be reflected either in annotations or in an explanatory note in the report itself. So we can take that as given. So if there are any suggestions to improve but not change these indicators, I will take them now. And I am shifting my narrative on this a little bit, because I am suggesting that now we need to be careful to not reopen settled indicators unless, as I said this morning, you have new instructions to reopen them from your capitals and you have no flexibility but to do so. El Salvador.
There you go. Thank you, sir. I actually have no issues. I just want to understand better, because I don't know if there's an issue with the color coding. I understand that D5 is also going to be a composite indicator made of A, B, and C. Okay. All right. Fantastic. Good. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no request for the floor on I see no requests for the floor. OECD.
Very briefly, Chair, we understand this is more in the spirit of polishing it, but we very much welcome the inclusion of critical infrastructure in the targets, which we feel is essential for risk management. The only point in polishing or developing this or also doing the supporting notes is the fact that it seems that the critical infrastructure has been put in the same place as basic services, which is, of course, health and education, but the notion that defines critical infrastructures as being critical is the fact that the disruption of these infrastructures can have huge spillover effects or due to the interconnectedness. So the notion of critical infrastructure is something without which just basic social and economic life happens to be, cannot be no longer feasible. Another example, which I'm not sure has come to the mind of people, is, for example, food supplies. Crucial nodes of food supplies in countries, when disrupted, would mean that day-to-day distribution of food supplies would be interrupted. So this notion, having in mind, and I think this is something that can maybe be brought in the attention in the supporting language, and again, our apologies for joining this discussion at a late stage, and we by no means would appear to reopen it in any manner, but I think having that notion somewhere and been mentioning this as part of the methodology as well would be quite important.
Oh, thank you, OECD, and I know you have certainly on target C and D particular competencies. I think the response to El Salvador is relevant to your question, which is that there are two compound indicators, the first being damage to critical infrastructure and the second being disruption to basic services. Now, the underlying rationale is that countries will themselves decide what are basic services and what would be critical infrastructure. And the understanding would be that in reporting the data, this would be made clear. And so we have had a rather rich discussion around this, and I can assure you that some of the points you made have been reflected in the underlying narrative to this indicator. With this, I want us to consider D now validated. We move on to E. E1 and E2. Brazil.
Thank you, Chair. We just have a quick comment on the annotation on E2. As it now reads, as the lowest level of administration, it leaves us no discretion to measure this target on our state level. Would we have preferred to maintain it as it was in the previous document? We referred to subnational government, so we could have the flexibility to analyze and measure on which level would be most appropriate.
I am seeing the word lowest myself and thinking that it perhaps is not the correct expression. I think the understanding is that we would require that with respect to local governments, it would be at the appropriate subnational levels. In fact, I think that once we understand local governments to be governments below the level of federal or national administration and leave it to the countries to address it, it would be sufficient. So you suggest subnational. We could simply say it in English that information should be provided on the appropriate levels of government below the national level. And then if in your administration it is all the way down to the lowest, some have said perhaps in your jurisdiction the lowest level of administration does not extend to DRR responsibilities, and if that's the case, you would align your reporting appropriately. But I think we should litigate this. I think the point lowest is a little bit prescriptive, whereas the idea is to capture subnational. So Japan followed by Cuba.
Thank
Thank you. My comments is about the footnote in E1. It reads, member states are encouraged to report explicitly on their risk-informed investment on DRR. I have some issues about this statement in several terms, maybe two things, because I'm not sure, because it's about the future strategy, and why in future strategy investment, amounted of investment, something that happened in the past maybe, should be included in the future plan. And also another issue is, question is report to where? Report to the UNISDR or report within the strategy? It's very confused. And also technically, the DRR budget has been already pretty much mainstreamed in any other investment areas. So it's very difficult to distinguish whether it's for DRR for other purposes. And if you are trying to include also the investment by the subnational governments, that complicates a lot because of the decentralization, and the budgetary system has been changed a lot so that we are not able to track every single dollar or yen spent at the level of subnational governments. So I think this comments, the last line, should be deleted. Thank you.
Thank you. Netherlands? I come back to you, Cuba, because I think this is a suggestion of the Netherlands, and I'm not sure we had figured out where to park this vehicle.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll start in the following way. Yesterday night, my food intake was a disaster. Today, I learned from that experience, and today I made a risk-informed investment by buying some food for tonight, so that I might not experience the same type of disaster. If I would have only a strategy to do so, but did not act, then I would experience the same disaster maybe. So therefore I think, well, in this frame of disaster risk reduction, I think it would be good if you would have an incentive to have a proactive acting of actors to invest before a disaster occurs. And I would think with target C, it would be the right place to have this as an annotation. I do agree that when it's only mentioned in a strategy, it would not have the same incentive compared to where it should be possibly presented by countries who are in the position to do so, under a pre-disaster investment which relates to reducing the economic loss of possible impacts of disasters. Thank you.
Thank you. So if I understand it then, in Netherlands, the idea is to encourage in the reporting on the strategies themselves, the risk-informed investment measures or actions that are taken. My question, though, is what would be the expectation of the use of that information? Because I'm recalling Colombia's intervention, that there are things that we would recommend be done, not necessarily for the measurements in the indicators, but for the development of data and practices for future measurement. So, because indeed, if the idea is to report for measurement of the strategies, I can see delegations having some question. So, Netherlands, would you want to relook this, or should we continue to test to see how members feel about reflecting this as an encouragement in this context, which some are seeing as being linked, therefore, to the measurement of indicator E1? I'll go to Cuba and come back to you. Cuba.
Gracias, presidente. Yo entiendo la racionalidad de incluir esta nota al pie. Sin embargo, no puedo apoyar el término explícitamente. explicitly, me parece que socava la naturaleza de alentar que hemos identificado en este comentario. Creo que ciertamente los estados pueden, los que estén en capacidad de hacerlo, dar esa información. Y reiteraría que en cualquier caso sería Disaster Risk Informed Investment. Porque es decir, Risk Informed Investment on DRR me parece que es una redundancia. Pero pienso que debe ser Informed Investment on DRR. Porque es para reducción de riesgo de desastre. Esa inversión informada o consciente. Pero bueno, en cualquier caso creo que la naturaleza de el aliento que le estamos dando a los estados que deseen hacerlo debe ser no explícita. Si no, no sería un aliento, sino estaríamos combinando a los estados.
Thank you, Andrew.
Things, recommendation here based on what Alejandro just said. So I think it could actually just say member states are encouraged to report on their disaster risk-informed investment, and then we take out the DRR.
Okay, to the Netherlands and then back to Japan.
I would agree with such wording.
Would that help before I come to Costa Rica?
No, that doesn't help. Our issue is why it is necessary. I don't doubt the importance of DRR investment, but technically it's not difficult. It's very difficult to report the DRR investment. And why, where to report to where is my question. Report in the DRR strategies or report to the UNISDR and report to where is my question.
Okay, Japan, I think that's a fair question because for all of these, the reporting would be to whatever monitoring mechanism there is, because it wouldn't be incumbent on us to address reporting to UNISDR's other functions, because you can do that through other means. And perhaps that will be important when we discuss Colombia's recommendation after this. So I come back to Costa Rica, and then we have to take a decision on the Costa Rica, Bangladesh, and we take a decision on the footnote. Costa Rica, you have the floor.
Gracias. Quería comentar que también que debe ser un asunto de perspectivas. Cuando yo entiendo la postura de Japón en el sentido de que el tema de reducción de riesgo en el caso de Japón ha venido siendo incorporado en la planificación del desarrollo desde hace bastante tiempo, es decir, bastantes años, de tal manera que no parece preciso, necesario o posible, digamos, una asignación presupuestaria particular en materia de reducción de riesgo. Caso contrario, por ejemplo, en mi país, donde hay una ley que determina que las instituciones tienen que presupuestar y planificar la gestión de riesgo. Y por supuesto en el ejercicio contable que hacemos tratamos de identificar cuánto dinero están incorporando las instituciones en materia de reducción de riesgo y en materia de preparativos. Pero es que esta es, en el caso de un país como el nuestro en vías de desarrollo, una necesidad, dado que el tema apenas se está incorporando en la planificación. Entonces, efectivamente, un poco en los términos que el compañero de Cuba lo plantea, hay países que tenemos esa necesidad de identificarlo y otros que no. Hay países que deseamos que eso se vea y se reconozca de cara a las relaciones internacionales y hay otros países que no tienen necesidad de que eso sea visible. Gracias.
Netherlands, would you insist on retaining the the annotation here, or would you be amenable to having it discussed when we come to the other aspirational elements that we will take, as I said, in line with Colombia's suggestion after we have finished the core indicators? Because I see us getting into a debate and drafting on this, and I am anxious to avoid it because I'm also aware that there are some delegations that are leaving this evening, and I would want at least to have a full house all the way to the completion of G. Netherlands.
I would strongly propose to have it somewhere in the report, and to my opinion it doesn't matter so much at which precise location in the text, but to keep in a wording which calls for proactive investment.
Thank you. I would suggest then that we remove it from here and revisit it when we come to the discussion of the report and the annotations. The annotations that are already reflected as informing the indicators remain where they are, but this, I think, is more of a cross-cutting annotation as to things that can be done to improve the body of DRR reporting. And I think we should have the time to have that conversation, and we will have to get some understanding among members as to exactly how we will reflect that. But I would want, since it seems to me that we are not fully aligned on including this, and it is not indispensable to the indicator E1, that we remove it for the time being and come to it in a further discussion if you as a proponent would so allow. Netherlands agrees. I would therefore ask those who have asked for the floor to, if it's on E1, the annotation, to put down your flags. If it's on something else in E1 or E2, to keep it up. Okay, we move to F. Bangladesh.
Mr. Chair, before we go, move to F, I think there is one white
What's it? I understand it was a placeholder for the Netherlands recommendation, and we have agreed that we would discuss these at a later stage. Thank you very much, Alim, for you're taking over from Alejandra as being our eagle eyes. Okay, target F. Sometime before midnight or before 1 a.m. this morning, a number of our colleagues were toiling proverbially into the night. And the result of it is reflected in F6 through F13 bis. Now, we were able at some time close to 1 a.m. this morning to accept these as recommended indicators that could be measured and reported at the global level. So I'm going to not try to reopen the discussion around something which has been worked on very carefully. So my request, as I have been doing since I have returned at 3 o'clock with good advice, is to ask that we intervene with a view to improving, but not necessarily changing the indicators. Ruben?
Thank you. I'm totally happy to go with this. Just for the sake of everybody's understanding, I think the numbering has already become like way too complicated. So there's one composite indicator made up of F6A and B, and then all the rest are going to be standalone indicators. Is that the right understanding? Just for the renumbering and the recolor coding of the whole thing. Thank you.
It is clear to me that this numbering is basically incomplete and would need to be revised. Let me see. We are saying F6 is composite for F6A and B, and then F6D alt would become F7. F9 would become F8, and then of course we have to move them back to F1, 2, 3. So I'll just do it for sequencing now and then leave it to the scrub to fix it. F13 alt would become F8. F13 alt bis would become F9. And F13 bis would become F10. And then of course we'll change the order to F1 to F whatever in the correction. Is there any other concern about Series F? There is none. Am I able now to thank my friends and the friends of the friends? I thank Ariadna and Monica, the representatives of the delegation of Switzerland and of Ecuador, and the teams that participated in the discussions last night. And I said I wasn't a tutor, but multilateral diplomacy has a certain toolbox, and we witnessed it last night. I was in the room cheering when I saw tablets and computers moving around the room, which is essentially how you build bridges in motion. And so I want to say on our collective behalf, thank you to the two co-chairs. Let us not get to the end of it, but I do not want us to not recognize the intensity of work that was done and the atmosphere in which it was undertaken. But we have G. So we moved. Thank you. It's kind of a worry about being jinxed. So if you're an F and you still have G, you want to get to G before you clap for F. That's sort of my own, I'm not superstitious, but I'm always a little bit concerned. G. We have in G, and let us explain, G was discussed without the benefit of microphones. So we did as best we could in a very cooperative atmosphere. But so when you see the white in columns in G, please understand that unlike the others, we were not able to have as thorough a discussion with the benefit of the environment that we have here. So with that, I'm going to note that G1, G2, and G4 are settled. Of course, they can be suggested for improvement, but we'd ask that they not be reopened. G3, G6, G5, and G7 need attention. G7, of course, has relevance to B and the matter of evacuation, and it was referenced earlier. And the others speak for themselves. We had some discussion on each of these 4 indicators earlier this morning, sometime between midnight and when we broke. But I think we did not come to a position where I can tell you the point of departure. So I would take them in turn and ask that we examine whether and how we can address G3, G6, G5, and G7 in a manner that would either enable us to make them global indicators or accept that they would be deleted. Cuba.
Thank you, Chair. I understand that MHEWS is multi-hazard early warning systems. So I think that since there's a pending decision upon the concept of this, as we discussed last night, I understand in the latest version of the working document on terminology, there's a new proposal to update this, which we'll happily look into. I think that the annotation shouldn't be decided yet because we don't know what it could change to. And also, in any case, see why we should have an annotation on this point, because then we would have to have an annotation on every indicator which has, for example, disaster risk reduction. So if it's defined in the methodology, I don't see how it's relevant to have an annotation here. Thank you.
Thank you, and I think, we have been sort of using annotation loosely. I think in some cases we found a way out by referencing a chairman's note, which is something we need to come back to, and I think this would be one such, where the idea was that we didn't want to litigate the definition of multi-hazard early warning system in the indicator itself, but would have deferred that discussion to the terminology discussion. So clearly, once we resolve it in terminology, there would be no need to retain a sub-reference here, because the terminology would then be the basis on which this language would be treated across systems. So we take it that this will fall away, be removed. Sorry for using different terms. Bangladesh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would like to congratulate and thank all the delegates who actually put a great effort, and for their effort we have come this far. It is my understanding, and thanks to them. Bangladesh would like to support G1, G2, G4, which is already green, and strongly support G7 here. Thank you.
Thank you, Bangladesh. Jordan.
شكرا لك سيد الرئيس. بشكر جميع الوفود وبشكرك بالذات على إدارتك الحكيمة للجلسات الثلاثة. بس عندي رأي بسيط إنه ندمج G3 نحذفه أو ندمجه بطريقة أو بأخرى مع 1 و 2، لأنه الإيرلي وورنينج سيستم يعني فوركاستنج، يعني مونيتورينج، يعني انفورميشن بيبل. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. Japan.
Thank you, Chair. We support also G1, G2, G4, and maybe request for the revising the G3. It's not easy to count the number of people, but as a proxy to that, maybe the percentage of local governments could be counted. In that sense, we support G3 as the global indicator. And our suggestion for G6 is that maybe in the last sentence you have the in an accessible, understandable, and usable format for the people. Maybe for the people is fine, but the other things are a little bit too much to put it in the name of the indicators. And lastly, my small suggestion is, since it's a G2, 3, 4, 6 is a component of G1, maybe at the end when you are reporting to the New York, you could change the numbering like G1A, G12 or something, to make sure that it's a compounded indicator. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. Sweden.
Thank you. We are in support of G1, G2, and G4 as they are marked now. We'd also like to make a couple of suggestions. The first is we'd like to see sort of a holistic view for the public, since this is directed at them, what kind of information they need, and therefore based on that, what kind of targets we need. And in that thought, I'm also going to propose that we maybe change the order of the indicators, so it's a little bit more logical, maybe more process-oriented. And then I would also like to continue the discussion that we were having last night about G6 and G5 and make a couple of suggestions for those. So let me start with the process, the idea of what the people need. We start with a risk assessment that is done by the government. And what we would like to see is that the public actually gets information from the risk assessment. And I don't think it's really quite clear yet, and we don't have it in green, how the people are going to get this risk information. What the government believes is useful for them to protect themselves and maybe to do some prevention. And then, of course, you need a monitoring and a forecasting system. And you need early warning information to the people, which is different than the information you get in the risk analysis. Because the risk analysis is before it happens, the basic information you need, and then the information from the early warning is perhaps how you should react when the alarm is set and you need to act in emergency. And then, of course, local government plans on how they're going to act and how they're going to help the public. So in terms of the order, then, I would suggest, well, maybe I should make the comments on 5 and 6. It would be more logical if I did that. We suggest that G5 be moved up to a global indicator, but that it be shortened, be a little bit simpler. The number of countries that have multi-hazard national risk assessment. Just period at the end of that. So the number of countries that have a multi-hazard national risk assessment. And then 2, and I think in terms of the E's, I would like to propose a 6G alt. And that would be about this information to the public from the risk assessments. And it would read something like this. The percentage of subnational or local governments that provide the public with accessible, understandable, and usable information from their risk assessments. Now, the final point I'd like to make, do I need to repeat that? G6 alt, the percentage of subnational and local governments that provide the public with accessible, understandable, and usable information from their risk assessments. And then I would like to conclude by commenting on reordering them. I think, as we've done in all of them, you want to keep the major indicator G1, which is the intent of the target. So you probably want to keep G1 number of countries that have multi-hazard early warning systems, and the annotation, if you wish, first. But after that, I think we should go directly into the national risk assessments, because we really began the process that way. So I would suggest that if adopted, that G5 be under G1. Then it would be followed by G6 alt, about getting the information from the risk assessments to the people, followed by G2, the number of countries that have a multi-hazard monitoring and forecasting system, followed by G3, which I believe could be a global indicator, excuse me. It could be a global indicator. Number of people who have access to early warning information per 1,000 population. Then followed by G4, percentage of local governments having a plan to act on early warning. Sweden proposes that also as a global target. And followed by 7, number of people protected per 100,000 population through preemptive evacuation following early warnings. And we are flexible on G7, whether it becomes a global indicator or it doesn't. We're flexible on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Costa Rica.
Gracias. Quería referirme a que el día de ayer vimos en la terminología la definición de sistemas de alerta temprana. Y básicamente en la definición tenemos los elementos o componentes de un sistema de alerta temprana, que viene siendo la observación, viene siendo el tema de la difusión de la información y la organización y la planificación. De tal manera que si esa es la definición de un sistema de alerta temprana, eso por resumir, si esa se viene siendo la definición de un sistema de alerta temprana, indicadores como G3, como G6, posiblemente G5 son innecesarios porque ya forman parte de lo que estamos definiendo como sistema de alerta temprana. Bajo esa perspectiva, yo lo que querría señalar es que me parece que G2 y G4 son los pertinentes, incluidos G7 como una forma de evaluar la repercusión que tiene, digamos, en la protección del número de personas a raíz de estos sistemas. Y querría también hacer una observación de que sería importante clarificar a qué nivel, digamos, del territorio es que estamos queriendo definir el sistema de alerta temprana. Porque si hablamos de un ámbito nacional, el sistema de alerta temprana está orientado, digamos, al pronóstico de eventos que pueden ocurrir en el tiempo, tales como por ejemplo los huracanes o por ejemplo las erupciones volcánicas. Y lo que tenemos que tener es capacidad de pronosticar que van a ocurrir, y eso se puede llamar sistema de alerta temprana, en un nivel técnico, científico, digamos, de escala nacional. Pero también tenemos un modelo de sistemas de alerta temprana en el nivel más local, el sistema de vigilancia de un río que se desborda frecuentemente. Entonces hay como dos planos, para resumirlo, dos planos de organización de sistemas de alerta temprana, un plano nacional y un plano del nivel local. Me da la impresión que entonces deberíamos tomar G2 para hablar de los sistemas de alerta temprana del ámbito nacional para esos grandes eventos que pueden ser extremos, y referir el G4 a esa capacidad de alerta temprana en el nivel local, que desde mi enfoque ya no está tanto orientado sobre la capacidad científica de predecir, sino más bien sobre la capacidad de la comunidad de responder ante el llamado de una alerta temprana por parte del gobierno. Gracias.
Thank you. It seems to me that, of course, this is a target whose set of indicators has been expanding. Of course, we have arguments being made for each element. Clearly, we have to measure the existence of these systems. And we, to some degree, have those captured in G1, 2, and 4. 2 and 4, G2 and G4 being the reflection of the national and the subnational. Clearly, the target requires us to do more than just to have the system. It requires us to deliver the information from those systems to the people. So if you're thinking about a gap analysis, it is where's the indicator to measure the delivery of the information to the people. So whether, I think we have had some creative discussions about the plan to act on the warnings approximates that. But the thing is that acting on it, in my view, is somewhat different from providing the information. So I ask us to reflect on this because we need to rationalize the indicators to, at minimum, address the target in its essential components. United States, followed by Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We can live with G1, G2, and G4 with minor edit in G2 at the end of multi-hazard monitoring and forecasting system. We would like to add parentheses S because some countries have more than one multi-hazard early warning system. And we are flexible adopting G3, G6 alt, G5, and G7 with the deletion of protected. Thank you.
Bangladesh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since there are new proposals made by delegations, especially the delegation from Sweden, we would like to make our position here. We understand that this particular target has two components to it. One is the availability of multi-hazard early warning system. At the same time, the target itself actually calls for access to the information delivered to the people. With this understanding, we want to keep G1, and it is very evident from the target itself that G2 and G4 should come just after that, because these are all availability of multi-hazard early warning system and part of that. Any discussion on access to information and giving it to the people is well taken. But if you look at our indicators, the formulation right now actually went beyond what the target itself asked for, which is the percentage of local government having a plan to act. We had this understanding that having a plan to act actually would mean to give information to the people, but we take the point. So after having G1 and then G2, G4, we would like to see G3. And that actually takes care of whatever our target actually intends to do. And then we'll support G7 with the amendment proposed from United States. Thank you.
Thank you, Bangladesh. Andrew.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. And without running the risk sounding like a sort of a scratched 45 RPM record, I would just again remind that in the target we have, we have the availability and access to multi-hazard early warning systems, and we also have disaster risk information and assessment. So we can't, in a sense, not have G5 and G6, because otherwise we would have no means to actually measure the second part of the target. I would suggest there's two possible ways to go here. And it refers back to the point that Alejandro made earlier. I mean, it's intimately related to the definition of early warning systems we adopt in the terminology. If we adopt the terminology, the definition that's currently there, which is of the four sort of indispensable components, there's two ways we could go. One is the way which was elaborated a few minutes ago by Sweden, which is to actually have an indicator on each one of those four components. Another way, which was actually suggested by you, Chair, at some point late last night, was to actually collapse all of those sub-indicators into G1 and have just one indicator, G1, for early warning systems, with presumably some technical guidance as to how to calculate it. So I think there's those two ways we could go on the early warning systems, but we'd still need to have G5 for the risk information and assessment. Otherwise, we're not meeting what the target is asking us to meet. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Belarus.
Спасибо, господин председатель. Мы поддерживаем, кроме уже обозначенных зеленым цветом глобальных показателей, возможность включения в глобальные G3 и G7. И возможно поддержать вместо G6 и G5 предложение Швеции по 6 альт с той редакцией, которую они озвучили. Спасибо.
European Union.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We fully see the need to reduce or limit the number of indicators, but at the same time to cover the key elements that are addressed in the in the target. Therefore, we do like the idea of collapsing the early warning issues into G1 to cover the whole issue of relation to early warning in G1. But then we think we do need to address risk assessment and information to the public, and therefore we fully support the Swedish proposal, which also addresses the local dimension. This is a key element in terms of building resilience, is to ensure that the local population is fully informed both of how to act during an emergency and also before an emergency. So we think that's particularly important to bring this element out and to have the new G5 in relation to multi-hazard risk assessment. Thank you.
Thank you. Canada.
Thank you, Chair. We'd just like to strongly support G5 as well, recognizing the importance of risk assessment in the target, and also are supportive in principle of the area covered by G7, but would like to propose a small tweak to that indicator. In place of number of people protected per 100,000, our proposal would be percentage of population either protected or we're flexible on any other wording through preemptive evacuation following early warning evacuation orders. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, it may be better to present that as a G7 alt, so it reads neatly. If we could have it from the language proposed by Canada, percentage of population, because we have a number of people in the first one. We have an alternative now coming with percentage of population protect. Could you repeat Canada, and we just do it at dictation speed as
Yeah, percentage of population protected, and then strike per 100,000 population because it's a percentage. Through preemptive evacuation following early warning evacuation orders.
Thank you, Canada. Cuba.
Thank you, Chair. Bueno, gracias, Presidente. Se me olvida que tenemos traducción hoy. Si me ayudan, por favor, con la pantalla al inicio de la meta G. Gracias. Yo concuerdo con lo que ha explicado el colega Andrew, de que necesitamos tener dos aristas de este problema, porque ese es el mandato que tenemos con la meta G. Me parece que podemos ir con cualquiera de las dos opciones de tener G1 y varios incisos en los que midamos lo que se decida medir, o tener varios indicadores relativos a lo que tiene que ver con los sistemas de alerta temprana, como también se ha dicho. Entiendo que con G2 y G4 estamos bastante cubiertos en lo que tiene que ver con alertas tempranas. Entiendo la idea del G6 Alt que se ha propuesto. Sin embargo, tendría que decir que no todos los gobiernos no todos los países a nivel local o subnacional proveen esa información. Casi siempre, o en muchos países, esa información se provee a través de canales que se dirigen desde un punto de vista, desde una perspectiva nacional o central, sobre todo en los países que están sometidos a constantes riesgos de desastres de grandes magnitudes. Por tanto, pienso que la solución podría ser number of G5, dándole con algunas modificaciones, number of countries that have multi-hazard disaster, habría que incluir disaster, risk assessment and information that is accessible, understandable, and usable, and in an usable format. And stop there, y parar ahí. national se eliminaría si los colegas están de acuerdo, por supuesto.
Thank you, Alejandro. Colleagues, please pay very careful attention, because this, of course, is the one set of indicators on which we were unable to have as in-depth a discussion as the others in the days past. So I understand that we're having a more intensive discussion here than for the others, but it is for good reason. And this is an indicator that deals directly with how we might enable societies to better prepare for and respond to the disasters that will inevitably occur. So I think very important suggestions. It's becoming a little bit complicated, but it perhaps needs to be more complicated before we simplify. But I ask you to think through all the amendments that are being proposed, go back to the underlying requirements of the target as we prepare to come to a point at which we shall have to decide on what of the indicators not in green can be made green. OECD.
We understand that the indicator has two dimensions. On the second one, on disaster risk information and assessment, we very much welcome the move towards monitoring or focusing on multi-hazard national risk assessment. We just wanted to share with the audience the fact that the OECD has collected information on the availability of national risk assessment through a survey with at least 30 countries this year. So this is something where we would be happy to make the results available to the Secretariat, and that can also serve to build further the knowledge base. And we have also in our survey asked whether countries have provided access to the information. My only sort of methodological comment or suggestion would be that it would seem that it would make sense to have one indicator on whether countries do collect or the information on multi-hazard national risk assessment or whatever formulation that the countries can agree upon. One thing is to produce that information. The second dimension is whether they make it available to the people. And I think in terms of clarity, it would be better if you have one and then the second with whatever formulation the countries inside the room can agree upon. I would also perhaps on a personal level suggest to be a bit more cautious or open in the way that access to risk information is framed, because if you just say access to national risk assessment, even in many OECD countries, that sort of information tends to be classified if it is described this way. So I would rather frame it in a rather looser way, in a way that make relevant risk information available to the people, both at national and local level, bearing also in mind that with web-based capacities for access, that notion of national versus local in terms of access to information is not as relevant as it might seem from a first sight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, OECD, for sharing that perspective. And you must have been listening to Alejandro, because the national risk assessment, I'm sure he would, if he has not already done, asked us to insert disaster risk assessment. But I think the points made by the OECD and earlier made by Sweden and others about putting the indicators in a certain order and perhaps simplifying them is one that I would invite us all to reflect on as we try to bring closure to these items. Peru.
Gracias, presidente. Completamente de acuerdo con el señor Andrew. Efectivamente, esta meta nos habla de dos herramientas, de dos instrumentos. Por un lado, sistemas de alerta temprana y por otro lado, las evaluaciones de riesgo. Y por tanto, las propuestas hechas por Suecia y la Unión Europea estaríamos de acuerdo. Tengo una preocupación a nivel país, y es que respecto a la información a la población, en realidad, ¿cuáles son las instancias que que de acuerdo a sus funciones trabajan directamente con la población y esas son las autoridades o las instancias subnacionales. Por tanto, creo que la información que debe darse hacia la población debiera ser y considerar en todo caso que es a través de estas instancias subnacionales. Respecto al G7, estaríamos de acuerdo, ya sea de las dos maneras, no tendríamos ningún problema. Gracias.
Thank you. And I see a challenge arising with this effort to distinguish between national and subnational. I'm looking at our own delegation because my understanding is that when a hurricane threatens, the notification is centrally done. And it is disseminated through public media, but by the central authority. And so I can see an emerging distinction between perhaps larger territories where you devolve this as a structural matter and other territories where it is not. And we perhaps will at a certain point have to decide whether we need to be prescriptive as between national and local and focus on the issue from the other end, which is simply public access. So if we focus on the access to the people or public access by whatever means is effective in the territories involved, it may get us past this constant distinction between national and subnational. And so I'd invite us to think some more about that. For one thing, it may reduce the challenge of the optics, where we keep having two indicators, national and local. And if we can, where it is crucial, so be it. But as I said, in some countries, you won't have any distinction. And in other countries, you can cover the distinction by adopting some flexibility. So I think we need to bear this in mind as we come to try to concretize the indicators. Indonesia.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to support G1, G2, and G4. And we are open for discussion on G3, G5, G6, but we are still having a problem with G7 because, as you know, with 17,000 islands, it's really a challenge for Indonesia to collect data on preemptive evacuation during disasters. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. My apologies. If I could just ask you to, I'm asking the Secretariat to see if they could take account of the comments that have been made about streamlining and rationalizing and help us perhaps with doing some of that so we can help you in, because a lot of different suggestions are being made. And I don't want the benefit of this to be lost for want of time. So my apologies, and I ask you, Indonesia, if you could just repeat for me.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to support G1, G2, and G4. We are open for discussion and have flexibility on G3, G6, G5. But we have a bit of challenge to collect data on the preemptive evacuation with 17,000 islands. We have 17,000 islands, and people will be difficulties for us, especially for the government, to collect data with remote islands that we have during disasters. Thank you, Chair.
Philippines.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have reservations about the terms access, understandable, and usable because these terms are relative. Information may be made accessible, but they do not reach the most vulnerable populations, and so they are not made useful. So we suggest that, Mr. Chair, these terms be qualified. Thank you.
Thank you, Philippines. Kenya.
Thank you very much, Chair. We are in support of indicator G3 being a global indicator, because if I can just give the example of my country, we have this system with the mobile telephone services that send short text messaging services to people in a particular locality, especially in the western part of the country, about flood warning. So they get these messages on their mobile phones, and they are able to move or relocate or be evacuated in good time before the flood actually takes effect. So we are in support of G3 as a global indicator, and we support G1, G2, G4 as they are, and look forward to hearing more views on the rest, but bearing mind of taking into consideration the fact that we have very little time and we need to finish the task we have, but we are flexible. So thank you.
Thank you. I have Kenya. Now we have, I have 7 requests for the floor. I'm going to ask that we try to now not repeat the points already made. See if you can help us with sort of streamlining or simplifying the way forward. That would be much appreciated. If you are speaking in support of positions already expressed, you may do so. But I'm also conscious that we're now beyond 4:30. I'm not trying to limit this discussion because, as I said, indicator G had previously not gotten the degree of attention that the other indicators did. And so I'm obliged to at least allow a sufficient reading of it. Norway.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to support the proposals from Sweden and Canada by making the indicators 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 alt global, and also 7 alt as a global indicator. The reason why we support 7 alt is that indicator 7 is, I feel the need of a baseline in order to make it measurable. I'm afraid just measuring the amount of people that is evacuated preemptive doesn't count up. It doesn't make sense because every hazardous event is unique, and on a global level it doesn't either give any sense. But in G7 alt we are able to measure the effectiveness of the evacuation. Of that would streamline the indicators a bit, whether it's supposed to be early warning or a risk assessment that is prior, or that is in a linear way it is assessment before early warning, but in the terms of the target and the wording of the target, it's the other way. Thank you.
Thank you, Norway. South Sudan.
Good afternoon, Chair. Thank you very much. I would just like to also add my voice to that South Sudan in support of all in green plus G3, which is a very important global target. Please roll down to G7 alt. The percentage of population protected through preemptive evacuation following early warning evacuation orders. Mr. Chair, the Sendai framework called for the voluntary participation implementation of Sendai framework. I think the early warning system does not take orders early warning is advice and giving information to the people who might be affected by the disaster. While I'm flexible on this, including G7 alt, I think the word orders does not rhyme with the Sendai framework terminology. So it may be early warning, evacuation, advice. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan.
Thank you. First, can you go back to G3? My previous comment was not reflected in this current text. I said instead of the number of people, I suggest a percentage of local governments that have methods to deliver early warning system.
Thank you.
Sorry. And also two more things. It's very small in G6 alt. It says in the second line that their risk assessment, I think there means subnational governments, but sometimes subnational governments will make the decision by the national risk assessment. So maybe you can delete there. It doesn't necessary to say whose risk assessment. And my final point is G7 or G alt. I'm not great supportive about counting the number of people who are protected, because that's in any ways that's at this time of such emergency, it's not really the priority job to count the number of people who survived. But having seen support, maybe we can make some compromise or proxies, and then maybe using not the protected people, because it shows as if the survival rate of the population, and it's not, I don't think it's a nice indicator to say so. So maybe the number of people who were issued the evacuation order or evacuation advice. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. Switzerland.
Thank you, Chair. We support most of the things said from other delegations. We prefer G6 alt instead of G6 as proposed by Sweden. But what we're a little bit concerned about is deletion the term national in G5, because G6 and G5 shows a little, expresses that you should do multi-hazard risk assessment on subnational and local level, but you should also do it on a national level. And if we delete it, we lose this information. Thank you.
Cuba.
Tiene que ver precisamente con lo que acaba de decir el colega de Suiza. Entiendo perfectamente que a nivel subnacional y local debe realizarse este tipo de actividad, y en muchos países es cierto que se hace, pero en otros no. Y hasta este minuto hemos tratado de buscar indicadores que marquen una tendencia en la que todos los países se puedan ver reflejados. A nivel, esto tiene que ver con la división de responsabilidades que tienen nuestros aparatos políticos, nuestros sistemas políticos en diferentes niveles. Ciertamente un país como Suiza tiene muy descentralizada la gestión pública en casi todo, hasta donde conozco, incluyendo la reducción del riesgo de desastre. Esto no ocurre así en países con un ordenamiento político de otra manera. Entonces no podríamos, estaríamos incluyendo un indicador que un grupo de países que tienen un sistema, digamos, unitario, no pueden medir, precisamente porque y también para un grupo de países en desarrollo, ya es suficiente con tener un sistema de alerta temprana a nivel nacional. Entonces, nos parecía que con la propuesta que hemos realizado al G5 estaríamos mezclando tanto, es decir, estaríamos cubriendo el tema de la información. Y además tengo entendido que el lenguaje que hemos utilizado hasta este minuto en Sendai y otros procesos es que el formato para el que de la información que vamos a brindar sea accessible, accessible, understandable and usable format. Creo que con eso estaríamos cubiertos. En materia de G3, me parece que el indicador, si se acepta la propuesta de Japón, que es algo que además estamos dispuestos a valorar sin ningún problema, tendríamos que modificar la segunda parte, porque si es 1% de los gobiernos locales no puede ser por cada 100.000 habitantes. Es decir, el indicador con la propuesta de Japón tendría que cambiar casi completamente. Nosotros preferiríamos el número de personas y como dije ayer, creemos que no debe ser who have access to, debe ser who are covered by. Porque ya el tema del acceso a la información lo estaríamos reflejando en el indicador G5 según nuestras propuestas. Y si la Secretaría me ayuda, regresar un momento al punto B, en donde creo que abordamos lo que tiene que ver con la evacuación finalmente, para ver de qué manera podemos adecuar, si se considera el indicador, la propuesta de indicador G7. Si la Secretaría me ayuda, por favor, a ir a B. Un momento, por favor. Bueno. To go to B, please, to see the phrasing we had finally, because we don't, if you can help me, Chair, because I don't have it as we agreed upon. It was gone finally, right? So we would insist on maintaining G7, maybe with another phrasing. I understand that for some people, the word protecting could be challenging, but we would encourage, because at the end of the day, we didn't put it in B because we were going to put it in G. Then we said in B, and in B we didn't put it, but we have to put it somewhere because it's one of the main measures you can take upon early warning systems.
Thank you, Alejandro. And I note from Japan's intervention that they are prepared to consider some formulation of G7. And I detect that in that the flexibility of at least one delegation, and if that had concerns. And I think we will be coming back to this now in terms of how can we find landing zones. And I've asked Andrew to begin to look at, because we have a lot of options coming up, but most of them seek to address some common themes. It is clear that we need to find a simple expression for all levels of government, because if we only focus on subnational, for two reasons. One, for some countries, it is not done subnationally. It's done nationally. Early warning and all other things are a national responsibility. And as Switzerland has indicated, in other places, it is always done at different levels. So I think these are so far quite evident, and I think we have a lot of material for improving and expanding the scope of the indicators in G1 through G7, but there will need to be some effort to consolidate them in an appropriate way. So India followed by Bangladesh.
Thank you, Chair. We support G1, G2, G3. We prefer the formulation proposed by Japan, but we can show some flexibility and go back to the original as well. G4, G6 alt, G5. In its current formulation, we believe G7 best fits as a national level indicator and not as a global indicator. Thank you.
Thank you. Bangladesh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The new proposal on G7 vault, I would like to begin by this, and if Secretariat could help by bringing that up. Yeah, thank you. We understand that there are two issues for my delegation. One is percentage of population protected through preemptive. Which percentage that we would like to know? Because it's a global indicator, and it would be measured globally. So our support would be number of people protected per 100,000 population. And I would also like to hear a clarification on early warning evacuation order. What is it? Why it could be actually used or better if we just follow early warning? Is there any significant difference between that? Mr. Chair, if we read the target, it has two components, which is availability of multi-hazard early warning system. It says very clearly that still we have a long way to go to ensure that availability. And G6 alt, G5, I'll be discussing it later. G6 alt actually talks something which to our understanding we are not still prepared. Not every country, and I would like to know from Secretariat how many countries actually have multi-hazard early warning system at the local level, if they have any kind of information. So our proposal would be to support G5, but here I can see that we are missing one key component, which is relevant information. Because if we keep on sending all risk assessment information to the population, there would be a chaos, and no country does it. It actually assess and then send the relevant early warning information. So we would be supporting a formulation which captured that very important issue. I thank you.
Thank you, Bangladesh. I think with respect to evacuation orders, I would allow the proponents to come back to this. But I think we have heard throughout this discussion a concern about movements that are not captured. I think Japan has mentioned it. And so it probably is striking at the issue of recordation. What would be the reliable measure of evacuations for which a country can report? And certainly the suggestion there is that if you issue evacuation orders, you know the number of people to whom you're targeting that issuance. But it seems to me underlying that would be the question of when are you in a position to know how many people you either intend to or do evacuate? So I would invite delegations to think through that when we come to looking at G7. If you had to report on evacuations in your country, what would you look to as a credible source of information? I think Canada is suggesting that evacuation orders for it would be what would ground its submission, because that is a reliable source. For other countries, it may be other means. It may be related to the people who are sheltered, because all of the evacuees are sheltered. But I think when we come to that, the crucial question that has been asked, yes, everybody knows evacuation activities are crucial to DRR and are relevant to effective early warning systems. But at the same time, how can a country ensure that its reporting would be made reliable? Pakistan, followed by Australia.
Thank you very much, Chair. My intervention was exactly in line with the issue that you have raised. It also hinges on the methodology which relates to computation in percentages, because those would be reported in quartiles, and a very important aspect is missing in such a reporting, which is the issue of vulnerability. If we come to G7 alt, which has been suggested by our distinguished colleague from Canada, it's not being displayed anymore on the screen. I hope it would appear soon. It's
yes.
Percentage.
Microphone to Pakistan, please.
Percentage of population protected or covered through preemptive evacuation. If we could consider percentage of vulnerable population protected through preemptive evacuation. That would bring it more in line with the fact that we don't need to evacuate the entire population of the country or the district, which would be lying in the way of a hazard, but those who are vulnerable to it. And in risk assessment, vulnerability is one criteria which can be established very easily in terms of every type of disaster or hazard. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Australia.
Thank you, Chair. Just to let you know what our preferences are. G1, G2, G4, obviously, we would prefer the G3 with the percentage local government formulation. G5, we think it's important to retain in there the national. Why do we believe that? I think, you know, it's the sort of link with the other targets. The other target talks about a national DRR strategy. If there's not a national risk assessment done, I don't know how we're going to have a national DRR strategy. G6 alt and G7 alt. You did ask how we would count the numbers of evacuations. In Australia, typically people would be advised, they wouldn't be ordered, and the government would set up evacuation centres. It's then up to them. Vulnerable people might be assisted, but then others would make their way there or may go somewhere else. So the nearest we could get is probably to count the number of people that arrive in an evacuation centre, but that would be an incomplete figure. Thank you.
And since we've been talking about proxies, certainly if on the one hand you use an evacuation order or the list that goes along with it, or an evacuation outcome, which is the people who show up in your shelters, which presumably you record, I think these are probably creative ways that are getting to the best imperfect reporting modality, because I think we have to understand that we are at the first stages of this indicator process. So we are not going to be perfect from the get-go. And so in some cases, we have to use best available. And I think we have looked at that in other targets as well, where we don't have a pre-existing methodology, we don't have pre-existing data streams, but we take a commitment to use the best we have in order to enable a metric to be developed that we can progressively improve. And I don't think we are going to be criticized for the fact that what we're doing is relying on less than perfect data streams and methodologies, because this is new territory. Bangladesh, followed by Cuba.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just forgot to mention, but we following the earlier intervention from Cuba, we would like to see the B. We would also like to see the formulation that we had in B, just to compare. So if Secretariat could bring it and bring it under G7. Thank you.
Thank you. That was B3A. Cuba.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think that in order to facilitate the consensus process, I think that we would be flexible to merging G7 and G7 alt in only one. I understand that for several countries it's difficult to speak in numbers. It could be percentage of building on Pakistan's proposal. It could be in G7 alt percentage of the exposed population, because then you will have because if you don't put of the exposed population, you'll be talking about the percentage of the entire population, and maybe the hazardous event is very located. So we could have percentage of the exposed population protected through preemptive evacuation following early warning systems or evacuation orders, or etc. I think that with that, and then I would ask to add a footnote encouraging member states in a capacity to do so, to provide information on the number of evacuated people. And let's leave it at that. I think that with that, we cover Japan's request and also Pakistan's proposal. And then we could only have one G7.
Thank you, colleagues. I just wanted Canada to respond to the question posed on the G7 alt, and then I'll ask Andrew to take us through some possible approaches to bridging the options that have been discussed. My judgment is that there is a willingness to seek landing zones on all of the thematic areas covered here. What we don't have now is clear language, and there are some elements on which there are still unsettled positions. So Canada, and then I will go to Andrew.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to continue to indulge my inner policy wonk. I think that this is the proposed wording from Cuba works for us. The important thing that's captured here is that there's a difference between an early warning and an early warning with evacuation advice, and that continues to be captured, so we're supportive of the language as proposed by Cuba.
Thank you very much. United States.
Thank you, Chair. For G7 alt, I would like to propose another term, in fact, percentage of at-risk population protected through preemptive evacuation and so on.
Sorry, this is sort of a restatement of the idea emerging from Cuba and Canada, the percentage of at-risk population. And let me pass it now to Andrew.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Chair has asked me to come up with see if we can actually simplify some of the drafting in some of these indicators, and I'll just explain to you what I'm trying to do. So can we just scroll back up a little bit, please? So one proposal I would have is to actually merge G5 and G6 in a single indicator, taking into account that we obviously have a mix of countries with different territories and administrative systems, and in some with bad risk information is more likely to be held at a national level, in others at a state level, in others at a local level. So I think if we had a very simple formulation that just said number of countries that have accessible, understandable and usable disaster risk information at the national and local level, we could actually then save ourselves one indicator. We could actually then merge G5 and G6. So that is one proposal. And then the second proposal has to do with G3, where we have also had discussion about whether, some countries are using national early warning systems where early warnings are transmitted directly to citizens through SMS or other mechanisms, and others, larger countries, is done through local governments. So again, we could perhaps have a formulation here which says number of people per 100,000 covered by early warning information through local governments or through national dissemination mechanisms, which would seem to me to cover both cases. So this might provide one way out in terms of the sort of G3, G5 and G6. Thank you, Chair.
By national dissemination mechanisms. Sorry, if you could give it, Andrew. Let me thank all delegations for this very rich discussion. I wish this was Thursday or Wednesday, because I think perhaps of all of our indicators, this has been the one in which the discourse has been perhaps the most policy wonkish, to use Canada's observation. And I think it's because we understand that target G is central to the mission of trying to save lives and improve capacities in DRR. And the target was specifically drafted so that we don't look at white elephants. It didn't say just create a break ground for a national early warning system. You need to have the early warning system. You need to generate disaster risk information and assessment, and you need to deliver it to the people. So it's one of the targets that is intended to tie our hands if we will allow it to happen. So what I'm going to try to do now is to, and this is very difficult because we have so many intersecting options. What I would probably do is try to test the consolidation that Andrew has suggested, which attempts to capture the two streams that have emerged in terms of national and subnational as a choice, by making them no longer a choice, but a combination. So first, the option on, Andrew, if you tell me, G5 and G6 it is?
Down to, it's not numbered yet, it's that one.
Yes, and it's a very simple articulation: number of countries that have accessible, understandable, usable disaster risk information at the national and local level. Before putting it to you, let me ask Andrew, is the intention then to say that progress would be measured across the period to 2030 by moving from 10 or 15 countries to all countries?
This would require the development then of a methodology to calculate it, and I don't have that on the table now, but I'm sure it can easily be done.
Thank you. Russian Federation.
Спасибо, господин председатель. Я бы хотела, согласно с этим показателем, который сейчас обсуждается, который Андрю предложил, я бы хотела здесь добавить для населения, потому что применительно, например, к нашей стране у нас есть эта информация, но она недоступна всему населению. Спасибо.
Thank you. Could you suggest where that would be put? Accessible for the population?
And enable disaster risk information for population.
Could we insert after information, I think, in the, let's not worry about elegance, because the target itself has a term, to the people. For the population, to the people, they are sort of cut from the same cloth. Cuba.
Sí, me parece, señor presidente, que estoy completamente de acuerdo con la opción que ha propuesto Andrew y la incorporación de la Federación Rusa. Creo que si le añadimos accessible, understandable and usable disaster risk information available for the population at national local level, queda mejor lo que la delegación rusa está tratando de proponer y lo que Andrew tan sucintamente nos ha resuelto.
Okay, could we say available to instead of available for? Available to the population. Okay, Switzerland.
Thank you, Chair. We could agree with the merge of G6 and G5 as proposed by the Secretariat, but my question is, what is about risk assessment, which is also a term in the target?
Andrew?
Yeah, I don't have any problem with putting risk assessment back in there. My logic, I was asked to be succinct and to simplify things, and risk information actually presupposes that there's a risk assessment. No risk assessment, you have no risk information. But if you want, for the sake of completeness, to put it in, I don't have any problem. It's just a few more words.
Switzerland, are you flexible with in or out?
Yes, we are flexible. Maybe that should be mentioned in the terminology about risk information.
What I understand you to be saying, Switzerland, is that there needs to be a clear link between risk assessment and risk information in order that a simple reference to risk information would be understood to include the utilization of relevant risk assessment. Thank you, Switzerland. Bangladesh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we could go along with the proposal made by Andrew and subsequent changes. We would also like to bring one additional word which should come after usable, relevant disaster risk information. Thank you.
Okay, Bangladesh. Sweden, you have the floor.
I'd like to thank the Secretariat for helping us out and trying to consolidate the targets. But Sweden really does prefer risk assessments. I think that we need to have that in one of the targets or in one of the indicators because it's mentioned in the target. So we prefer that remains. Also, I think the risk information can be misunderstood to be information that's given when an emergency is at hand. And the difference between the risk assessment is that that's information that you know long before an emergency happens. Thank you.
Followed by Malaysia.
Спасибо, господин ведущий. Оценка риска проводится еще на стадии планирования. И у нас уже есть показатель по наличию планов действий местных органов власти на основании риска. Поэтому дополнительно какую-то нагрузку давать и показатели оставлять, я считаю ненужным. И вот предлагается вот эту объединенную редакцию с учетом поправок Кубы, России и Кубы оставить. Спасибо.
Malaysia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the Secretariat for this elegant merger. And I was wondering whether, in the spirit of consensus, we could just take the words from the target itself and replace it for whether it will work if we just say disaster risk information and assessments to the people as per the target, with the prior addition.
Thank you, Malaysia. That would answer Sweden's question, but I wonder if Belarus would be flexible with that. It's suggesting that we use the approach of the target by referring to information and assessment together as it is there. I come back to Belarus. I see Switzerland, European Union followed by Switzerland.
Thank you, Chairman. We also like the proposal from the Secretariat, but also the compromise suggested by Malaysia to use the wording from the target. We think it is particularly important that the assessment, the risk assessment, needs to be mentioned, and so this compromise seems a suitable way forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Switzerland.
Yes, thank you, Chair. We not really can follow why yes or no if you have a national or whatever risk assessment is a report burden. It took me 2 seconds to say that. We have one. Finished.
Thank you, Switzerland. But we just need to see if we can grab this compromise. So so you have no objection then, Switzerland, to Malaysia's suggestion. Perfect. Can we then agree on accepting, sorry, Netherlands, up or down? Thank you. I see a desire for us to delete G6 and G5 and substitute it with the language just presented as the Secretariat's proposal, with a merger of inputs from Russian Federation, Malaysia, Bangladesh, and others. Is this acceptable to us? Is there any objection? Cuba?
We lost available to the people when we when it was rewritten. Yes, but no objection.
Thank you. With available to the people, are we agreed? There is no objection. G6 and G5 go, and the combined compromise is substituted, therefore. And that would also include G6 alt. Okay. Andrew, now to your next suggestion.
Yeah, so this is what's written there as G3 out. Sorry. G3 out, so number of people per 100,000, so we're using the same formulation as in other indicators, not percentage, that are covered by early warning information. So we've adopted the sort of covered by as opposed to have access to. And then you can say through local governments, which is being the preoccupation from Japan and India, or through national dissemination mechanisms, which is relevant for other countries, particularly for smaller countries, which will work from the national level. The other thought which was in my mind with this formulation is that those countries that proposed actually counting the number of local governments, provided you actually know what the population is in those local governments, which you will do from your demographic statistics, converting number of local governments into population is a fairly straightforward step. So I think it's a way of just saying something in far less words that can actually get us to the sort of essence of what we want to actually express here.
Thank you, Andrew. Would we therefore be prepared to accept G3 alt in place of G3 as a global indicator? I see no objection. G3 alt is accepted, G3 original is deleted. In green. Now to G7. We have been asked to bring original B3A on evacuation. Are we able to bring B3A? Okay, while the Secretary is trying to locate this, and this is our last indicator, evacuation. I think we are moving towards some acceptance of reporting on evacuation, provided the basis for reporting is one that is understood and acceptable to all members. I think I recall there being a reference to at-risk population, exposed and vulnerable. I'm not seeing at risk. Your proposal was to put at risk in place of exposed?
Yes, I think rather than vulnerable or exposed, I think that all populations would be vulnerable, and the point of evacuating, preemptive evacuation, is so that the population are not exposed. So in fact, before the event hits, those people would be at risk of being exposed or vulnerable. So I think that that's a more accurate term. Thank you.
So after exposed, stroke, at risk. Okay, and B3A is here now. Now, I think Canada on evacuation orders, we had put in through preemptive evacuation without qualification, assuming that the country would use its respective measurement tool, whether persons who turn up in shelters, persons for whom an evacuation order, or persons to be covered by the evacuation order, etc. Well, let me see if we can, here we don't have a single compromise. The one on which I think there was an emerging, or there was a progress evolving, was in G7 Alt. So I'm going to ask, we have 3 versions of the condition of the population being vulnerable, exposed, and at risk. And I see Cuba. Cuba, you have the floor.
Thank you. Gracias, señor presidente. A nosotros nos parece que población en riesgo es extremadamente amplio, no está previsto en la terminología, sin embargo, exposure sí está definido, y de hecho hubo un debate extremadamente interesante en la noche de ayer, y precisamente con la delegación de Estados Unidos, y entiendo que de ahí es que viene esta propuesta, ¿no? Pero en el entendido de que mantuvimos un relativo consenso en relación a lo que significa exposure en la noche de ayer, me parece que deberíamos mantenernos con exposed, porque, es decir, por un lado, vulnerable se utiliza en otros contextos para hablar de una condición intrínseca a la persona, a determinados grupos de personas, ya sea la mujer, el niño, personas con discapacidad, la tercera edad. En algunos contextos se habla de género, de grupos y minorías étnicas o indígenas. Entonces, me parece que hablar de personas vulnerables en este sentido nos pondría en un aprieto. Lo mismo ocurriría con at risk, que es muchísimo más amplio, como ya hemos visto, y creo que el término más adecuado técnicamente sería exposed. Gracias. Perdón. Teniendo en cuenta, decía que esta evacuación sería de naturaleza preventiva y quizás siguiendo sistemas de decir, avisos de alerta temprana. Gracias.
Thank you. Just to remind that we still have exposure in brackets, so it's not a defined term on which we are yet agreed. Colleagues, we're running out of time because I just looked at and realized that we have to resolve a few items in terminology, and we're going to lose interpretation at 6 p.m. And we also need to allow time for review of the report and adoption. So I'm going to appeal for us to come to a quick decision on this target. And we have gone through the question of movement, evacuation, more times than anything else perhaps in this discussion of indicators. Alejandro, in English, I understand at risk very simply. Somebody who is facing something that is dangerous. So in a simple expression of at risk, it is actually more acute than exposed or vulnerable. If I'm at risk, it's something that is impending, it's coming at me. So on the burden of your argument, which is, and I think the sense that we would want to separate the population into those who would be most relevant to the warning, I wouldn't see in terms of the plain meaning of at risk a difficulty, whether we define it or not. Because if you tell me that I'm taking an action for people at risk, and the risk is that there will be the roof in one conference hall, is this 19? In conference hall 19 will fall at 6 o'clock. The people at risk who need that warning are all of us. The people in room 22, the Human Rights Council colleagues, will not be at risk. So I'm just saying, I'm explaining it as simply as I would understand it. We are at risk, and the people have, the security guards who came last night for the microphone would be running in here to issue the early warning, get out, get out. So I'm just saying this not to choose one. I'm just saying if we could quickly say, do we want to narrow the population based on the highest expression of exposure? That would be appropriate.
Sí, presidente, estamos de acuerdo con usted en hacerlo lo más preciso posible. Teniendo en cuenta que esto se va a aplicar en múltiples idiomas y no solo en inglés, yo propondría entonces una nueva fórmula utilizando at risk, y sería percentage of the population at risk of being affected by the disaster, by disasters, and we would narrow it down. Protected through preemptive evacuation. And then we have at risk, but at risk of being protected from the disaster. And I think we can compromise on that.
Okay. It's more or less understood, but we can express it. So percentage of population at risk from a disaster. It would have, well, I don't know, we have decided not to use a hazardous event. So, Andrew?
I can't remember who was debating this against who, but I mean the number of exposed population is a much simpler and easier formulation to use, and we do have exposure in the terminology. So I would recommend strongly that you stick to number of exposed population per 100,000 population evacuated following early warnings.
Thank you, Andrew. US, can we go in that direction?
I would prefer not to go down the same road we went last night. I do think that the term for exposure we have not yet finalized here in this room. And I do believe that in the spirit of Sendai and in the spirit of disaster risk reduction, that what we are trying to do is look at the people who are imminently at risk and lower that risk by evacuation. So I do strongly believe that at risk is the proper terminology.
Andrew, if we said exposed and at risk, the percentage of the population exposed and at risk from disasters. Redundancy is the least of my concerns in the text at this moment. But if we do that, because as the US has said, we have not defined exposure. And if I go back to the discussion early this morning, it was one on which we were not yet converging, whatever the situation. So my suggestion to make our lives easier is to, without prejudice to the definition of exposure, put the two together. It just achieves the objective of saying that we're not taking the full population, we're taking those who are most exposed. And for some, most exposed needs the addition of a reflection of being at risk. For others, they are comfortable waiting for a definition of exposure which would encompass that. But we can't put the cart before the horse. We won't finish the definition of exposure before we finish G. And I don't think it is prudent for us to say we come back to G after we do terminology. In fact, we're running out of time. So can I ask the delegations now to Cuba to respond? Well, the US has responded. Cuba to respond. Belarus, you're okay with the combination? India, Costa Rica. And I'm losing.
Thank you.
Safe travel.
Thank you, Chair. I think that we can go with that, with the two options, but maybe exposed or at risk, because then you would have the overlapping issue. So you would have to be evacuated, you would have to be exposed and at risk. So exposed or at risk, and we can nationally go with whatever category we use. But from disasters, protected through preemptive, yeah, we can go with that.
India.
Thank you, Chair. The only difficulty which we face here is that suppose there are situations where the country or the society has invested heavily in DRR and creating awareness about in the society. For the similar kind of risk, there will be no requirement for evacuation. A large part of the population will move out of the dangerous, the hazardous area on their own. And on the contrary, if the investment has not taken place in creating awareness about it, then the government issues the early warning system, and also they have to employ their systems to evacuate the people. And if you see the political connotations of both the situations, the one who have not invested in DRR, he will say that I have done a great job. Otherwise, on the other hand, the person who have systematically invested in the DRR and created awareness in the society, he have nothing to say. So, this is not only an issue of evacuation. We understand the sentiments attached of certain countries on this particular indicator, but it gives a distorted picture, and it has so many variables. And capturing this data is one thing, and utilizing this data is another thing. So we don't understand that how we can create conditions where we can formalize the data and also utilize in a format which gives a concrete result and a way forward for further improving the system. Thank you.
Anil, my sense of this, one, it's a global indicator. So I think we had this conversation with delegations like Germany and Canada earlier this morning, where the concern was that evacuation is not a big factor for them, which is sort of approximating your situation. If you have people who no longer live in floodplains or vulnerable areas, evacuation will be lowered. But I think the idea is that we have targets to improve DRR in a comprehensive sense by 2030. So whatever the data tells us, we can make the conclusions from it. You have presumed that perhaps a negative assessment will be made of evacuation. But so could it be from shifts in flows of cooperation or shifts in mortality. And we have already discussed that there are some things that will change contrary to expectations. And my worry is that if we make the condition of accepting the measurement, the one or other potential use of it, which is not necessarily guaranteed, we may, because I'm appealing here now because I see a path to resolving G7. And what you have said is not that it is not doable, but that one interpretation of the report could be to penalize in perception positive action. But there are many other delegations who feel that that is not so, that it would merely give a measure of whether early warning systems, and I think the use of relevant and the use of at risk and exposed would perhaps, I'm not the technical expert, but it seems to me that the universe is now narrowed. So if indeed you no longer have people populating hazard-prone areas, which means that they are not at risk, then the ratio would self-correct. So I will come back to you, India, but I'll ask Costa Rica and Morocco, and then we'll take a decision. But I think the questions you have raised would bear some further reflection as we seek to try to resolve this. Costa Rica.
Gracias. Yo quisiera respaldar el punto de vista de Andrew. El concepto de evacuación normalmente está asociado a la cercanía con el factor de amenaza que me puede generar un daño. Si bien la perspectiva de riesgo es más amplia, el análisis de riesgo en general es para procesos que están muy de previo al momento mismo en que una amenaza me puede impactar. De tal manera que el concepto correcto, desde mi punto de vista, es justamente el hecho de mi cercanía con el factor de amenaza que me hace daño y entonces el concepto correcto es exposición.
Thank you. At Costa Rica, I thought we sort of had gone beyond that with a compromise and using at risk in its plain meaning in English, not as a term of art, because I understand when we bring in risk assessment, which is something that has a peculiar meaning in the field. When I say I'm at risk and I don't know what the translation of at risk, I could say other things. I could say I'm threatened, but it wouldn't work here, but it's the same thing. It's not using at risk or risk as a component of assessment or anything else. It's simply to say the roof is going to fall and I'm under it. That is the plain meaning of at risk. And it would be translated into Spanish or Russian accordingly. So I would want us not to import the term of art risk, because if this is the case, it would be one of the few areas in which we would disable the use of plain terms in their plain meanings. Because in the context here, it's clear that at risk is not based on risk assessment. It could be related to risk assessment, but together with exposure, it is about you being in the way of a tornado. Morocco.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous ne voulons pas compliquer les choses encore davantage, mais j'ai une proposition. Moi, je pense que c'est un indicateur très intéressant et très pertinent, mais le problème, je pense, c'est une question de langue et de langage. Moi, je vais vous faire une proposition en français, mais je peux aussi la faire en arabe, et essayer un peu de la convertir. Alors, pourcentage de population exposée au risque de désastre protégés lors d'une évacuation suite au déclenchement d'un système d'alerte. Et de cette façon, nous allons utiliser aussi bien risque et exposé. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Morocco, might I appeal that we often know at this stage we are running out of time. So for if we can't live with G7 alt amended, I am not preempting what you will do, but I can't see us having a G7 element at all. So I'm trying here now to struggle with the residual concerns on G7 alt. and then I will ask for a decision. I'm being as patient as I can to see if we can just close G. Belarus.
Спасибо. Я хотел бы уважаемых коллег-экспертов напомнить. Наша цель же – это информирование, упредить об угрозе. Поэтому вот данная формулировка нормальная. И даже можно было бы предложить убрать слово эвакуированных, оповещенных об угрозе чрезвычайной ситуации. Потому что не всегда нужно эвакуировать людей. Мы же рассматриваем и природные, и техногенные. Может быть, нужно людям принять защитные меры, пересидеть дома 1 час. Поэтому давайте уйдем от этого слова, может быть, даже эвакуационного, эту формулировку оставим и напишем процент населения, которое было оповещено об угрозе возникновения этой стихии. Ведь у нас цель же именно на упреждение оповестить граждан. Спасибо.
Thank you, but Belarus, I think we have discussed and addressed information. And we're dealing with one of the actions that follow the sharing of that information. And we're dealing with it creatively because we have said that we forego dealing with it under affectation in B because we figure it would survive better if linked to positive action arising from G. That was a deliberate decision taken weeks ago, recommendation made weeks ago in the discussion on this issue. So I feel a duty, having accommodated a proposal to shift from B to G, and at the time, in the expectation that this would have allowed evacuation as an important metric, a place in the indicators. So I'm now at the last leg of capacity to secure something that has always been at the heart of our discussion. I think we have merged 2 ideas in exposure and risk, largely because we can't preempt the decision on terminology on exposure, and we don't have the time to come back. So might I appeal that we accept as indicator for the group in G7, G7 Alt, percentage of population exposed or at risk from disasters protected through preemptive evacuation following early warning, period. You can put early warning notice or whatever. I don't want to use any term of art here. Is this acceptable to us? United States.
That was just meant to be a yes, Chair. Thank you.
I'm afraid of asking for flags. Is there acceptance? So Ethiopia, can you live with this?
At risk is appropriate terminology from a theoretical point of view, because when you say risk, exposure is embedded in that risk. Yes, when you say the formula, risk is hazard times exposure over capacity. So it's embedded in that. Therefore, I'm flexible, but I prefer to delete exposure.
Thank you, Ethiopia, and we are actually trying to blend rather than distill. India.
Chair, our preference has always been not to have this specific indicator, but since emotions are attached, we don't want to break that, and as a matter of respect, we will not like to come in between the consensus on this indicator. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we accept this? I see Japan and Sweden, but if you can accept it as it is, I would appeal that you do. because if we make one more amendment, I am afraid we will lose it. Japan and Sweden, can you accept? Japan.
My question is the G7 out protected. It means those people who survived, right? Do you mean protect in that sense, or just simply you mean those people who had access, who heard about the early warning and then try to think what to do? Which is, and also second question, percentage of is a percentage among the total global population? Those are two of my questions.
Thank you. I think to protect is, in its plain meaning, mean to shield from. I'm using one description. So it has nothing to do with surviving or not. In order to protect us from the falling roof, we are moved to the room next door. We may all survive or not, but the important thing is that the warning has come and we are removed from the danger. What happens after is a separate matter. Sweden?
One word change. I think it has a nicer ring to it. Let's see what you all think. Exposed and at risk are synonyms. They mean the same thing. So it doesn't really matter. I can accept it, but I think it has a nicer ring, a stronger ring if you say exposed and at risk from.
I think we had and first, and one delegation asked for or at risk. So Sweden, if it's something you can live with, can you forego the elegance? All right, thank you. There are no objections. We thank India for its flexibility and Sweden for its acceptance of a little bit of inelegance, and Japan for its understanding of the application of the term protection. It is agreed. There is no objection. Terminology. We will just go to the bracketed terms. Using A/AC 285 CRP 2 Rev 2, Annex 2. Page 1, the only brackets is in the annotation. The term societal will not be interpreted as referring to the political system of any country. I inserted the words as referring to. It is in brackets. Do we accept that this can remain as an annotation? Or should it, again, the question of whether it stays as an annotation within the table or as a footnote is up to us. But the important thing is the understanding reflected in the text. There is no difficulty. We remove the brackets around the annotation. Page 2, there are no brackets. Page 3, and this is page 11, sorry. Page 11, there are no brackets. Alejandra, remember you have to be eagle eyes on some of this as well. Page doesn't have a number. Page 12, unnumbered, there are no brackets. Page 13, Cuba.
Yes, in page, thank you, Chair. Just to, I was trying to signal it, but I think that in acceptable risk and residual risk, we did not get disaster risk included. Maybe the Secretariat could provide the explanation, because I understand this to be within the category of disaster risk, but if it's I would like some clarification, because I'm not familiar enough with these terms. Maybe we could go with acceptable risk and residual risk, but I would like some clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. There are annotations of disaster risks, so disaster risk would be understood, but I don't know if there is any gain or loss, harm or benefit in inserting disaster. I think your understanding that this is conditioned by disaster is implicit in the fact that it annotates disaster risk. Andrew?
Yeah, I think if you actually look at the drafting, residual risk is for disaster risk but remains. So I think that's covered there. An acceptable risk or tolerable risk is therefore an important subterm, the extent to which a disaster risk. So I think it's covered.
Thank you. Is that okay, Alejandro? Okay, that takes us to page 13, where there is, there should have been language proposed regarding local and indigenous peoples' approach to disaster risk management. Cuba?
In the definition of disaster risk management, in the concept, I think we have residual risk, which is fine, but first you have reduce existing risk. It should be reduce existing disaster risk. Because if we had to prevent new disaster risk, reduce existing disaster risk, and manage residual risk. I think we should put it there, Chair.
Andrew?
I can't see where Alejandro is exactly.
The second line?
Yeah. Yeah, to be systematic. Yeah. Mike. Reduce existing disaster risk. Correct.
Okay. I'm trying to rush through terminology before we lose interpretation at 6, because I think especially for terminology, it will be important for us to continue with the benefit of interpreters. I think thereafter the work we have to do will not be as crucially linked to interpretation, but I want to get through this very quickly. Local and indigenous peoples' approach to disaster risk management. This had been proposed by Guatemala, Kenya, microphone to Kenya.
Thank you, Chair. I think we still maintain that this aspect to be retained, as we find it very, very important and of very valuable use. In most of the developing countries, we rely heavily on indigenous risk assessment, and we would like to retain this. Thank you.
Okay. Is there any objection to retaining the bracketed information on local and indigenous people's approach to disaster risk management? There is none. The brackets are removed. Page 14. Disaster displacement. I am afraid of this. Okay, Malta, followed by Cuba, followed by El Salvador, followed by Japan. And we're trying to run the clock with interpretation on this. Malta.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure, I'm an outsider, I'm not an expert, and that's why I'm making a comment out of ignorance. Is it possible to make sure that if objection to this is political and not technical, that unless someone can prove technical reasons, that we still push through with it? Is that a possibility or not?
You clearly were not in Sendai. There was a long discussion about the character of this working group, and it was stressed that it would be intergovernmental. So I don't need to go further in answering your question. I would love for us to be a purely technical group where scientists would tap me on the shoulder and say that the algorithm or the equation prevents this, and I just hold it up and we make a decision. But no, it is not. We're not so lucky. Cuba, disaster displacement.
Sí, gracias, presidente. En el documento de Sendai, displacement aparece 3 veces. Una vez en relación con el número de personas desplazadas, otra vez con los niveles de desplazamiento, y la tercera tiene que ver con el apoyo a las personas que se encuentran en esta situación. Nosotros no estamos en contra de que algunos países, como lo hemos dicho, asuman esta categoría, pero nos parece que esta iniciativa es una iniciativa, que esta definición, como fue dicho ayer, viene de una iniciativa que no es intergubernamental, que no ha sido endosada, más allá de la importancia que le puedan conceder los países que en ella participan. Nosotros consideramos que hasta ahora hemos tenido un documento extremadamente técnico, lo cual es muy bueno desde nuestra perspectiva. Nos parece que un concepto como este, que tiene claramente primos hermanos políticos, porque recuerdo que en una intervención al final de la mañana, cuando se criticaba que no habíamos adoptado un indicador sobre la gente que tenía que irse de su casa, lo primero que nos vino a la mente fue cómo íbamos a medir el número de refugiados y el número de desplazados y el número de IDPs. Entonces, precisamente por eso, por las confusiones que genera, nos parece que no debemos incluirlo en este documento, más allá de que un grupo de países puedan definirlo en otro contexto, pero no para la reducción del riesgo de desastre, porque además Sendai no lo definió por una razón. Gracias, presidente.
Thank you. I think on this issue, I would have asked a simple question. Can people be displaced because of disasters? And therefore, would there be a simple application of the term displaced by disaster, which would be, if you change the configuration, displacement arising from disasters. However, bearing in mind the discussion we had last evening and the flags that are going up and the interpretation that we're about to lose, I'm going to just ask a question. If indeed nothing can be said that would cause the delegations that are opposed to the insertion of the definition of disaster displacement can be done. In short, I hate to use these terms, but I understand them very well. And this is relevant to what Malta said. If you are instructed that excluding it is a red line, and I mean from your capital, that if your country, if your prime minister is called or president, they will say, yes, this can never appear in a document based on our national position. I'm sorry to be going in this direction, but I'm trying to close the conversation as carefully as I can. In short, if nothing will change positions, if what you're not waiting for is an explanation of displacement that can meet a certain standard. I have heard the conversations that IDP and displacement are controversial in certain contexts, particularly in terms of movements across borders. My surgical response to that would be, can we separate one from the other? Because that's something you often do. If it is not at a stage where it can be done, is there profit in continuing this dialogue? I'm going to open the floor because I see flags going up, but you are in charge of the time that's left. If we lose interpretation on this, and we have to go to multi-hazard warning systems, which is in brackets, we go to hazards where there are brackets, we go to exposure where there are brackets, we go to disaster risk assessment where there are brackets. We should be confident that everyone will be able to manage them effectively in English. So, El Salvador.
Thank you, sir. I did consult with my people before they get on the plane. So as I was saying before, we don't really have a situation with the concept itself, but with the annotation. Specifically, if you're going to be mixing this particular thing with evacuation, which we just talked before, and at this place, and at this moment in time, and how the discussions are forgoing, we wouldn't like to mix across borders at this stage. So my appeal would be getting rid of the annotation, and then we are ready to let go of the actual formulation. Thank you.
Salvador would accept the text without the annotation. Japan.
We don't feel the necessity of this term because, or if we have to insert this displaced by disaster or disaster displacement, we need to make a distinguish between spontaneous flight, evacuation, relocation, and displacement. And I think we don't have enough time to make what is what. And I have maybe from this writing, maybe I assume that the displacement might be a little bit more comprehensive context, but I don't find any terminology which was used in the Sendai text.
Kenya?
Thank you very much, Chair. I think I spoke on this issue last night, and we would also not be happy with keeping this language, the whole concept in this text at this particular point in time. Thank you.
Kenya, Costa Rica.
Sí, gracias. Básicamente, en la temática de desastres, hay categorías ya para hablar de la población desplazada. Términos como reubicados, evacuados, reasentados. Si se insiste en tener una categoría de desplazados, habría que ser muy enfáticos en la definición de que hay que separar a los desplazados por desastres de otro tipo de desplazamientos. Gracias.
Pero no aceptamos.
En principio no aceptamos el uso del término, pero si se insiste en ponerlo, habría que hacer una clara diferenciación.
Please, I cannot insist on the use of anything. I can only accept the insistence that is accepted by others. India.
Chair, we support the arguments given by Japan, Cuba, Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you, India. Uruguay.
Gracias, señor presidente. Nosotros estamos de acuerdo en establecer el tema de desplazados y si me permiten hacer referencia a los principios rectores de los desplazamientos internos de las Naciones Unidas, adoptado en 1998, el cual establece claramente que se entiende por desplazados las personas o grupos de personas que se han visto forzadas u obligadas a escapar o a huir de su hogar o de su lugar de residencia habitual, en particular como resultado o para evitar los efectos de un conflicto armado, de situación de violencia, de violaciones de los derechos humanos o de catástrofes naturales. O sea que si seguimos en realidad las negociaciones por este lado, no solamente en este texto en particular, pero también en materia de refugiados, todo el trabajo que está haciendo ACNUR, lo vemos más que coherente hacer una referencia a desplazados en el marco de estas metas, que por algo son metas, que tenemos que trabajar para alcanzarlas. Muchas gracias.
Indonesia.
We'd like to delete this terminology because we don't think it would create any add value for us, because we thought that when we look at the terminology of disaster, it includes the assistance from external sources. When I looking at it, it would be a problem for us if there is a cross-border movement because of disaster, and it would require international protection under the Convention of OIEWG. So we don't support this inclusion.
Changing your position? Okay.
Gracias, presidente. Precisamente por lo que acaba de leer tan prolijamente la delegación de Uruguay, es que consideramos que no hace falta una definición adicional, porque está previsto en las guías de Naciones Unidas para los desplazados. No es necesario especificar más porque lo dice claramente. Entonces, creemos que esto no aporta ningún valor añadido a nuestro documento, que además ha estado hasta este minuto orientado hacia su naturaleza técnica, evitando cuestiones de índole política que podrían complicar el documento. Gracias, presidente.
Thank you. Let me ask now, are we prepared to retain in the terminology the language in brackets disaster displacement? Those in favor of keeping it in the text, please raise your flags. Okay. Those who oppose the inclusion of this text in the document, I don't see a basis for trying to further bridge the differences on this issue. And so I ask that we delete the reference in brackets from the terminology text. Multi-hazard early warning systems. This is the annotation that's bracketed. Could I ask for delegations that have views on the bracketed text to now indicate those concerns? And whether your further reflection has led to a change in approach? Japan? Sir? There's no one objecting to the bracketed text. We remove the brackets. The brackets are removed from the annotation. Exposure. The text bracketed, Czech Republic.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The term, we have a proposal of the term. The exposure is a condition of the people, infrastructure, housing, production capacities, and other tangible human assets being at risk due to their proximity in the hazard-prone area or in areas affected by the wider consequences of the hazard event. This is proposal.
I'm afraid we're losing interpretation in 1 minute. So Czech Republic, I don't think we can take a completely new proposal. But I'm in your hands. If you're prepared to continue without interpretation on these issues, as we must, and would want to have, we're running out of time for everything. Can we live with this? What is the main challenge, Czech Republic, with the existing definition of exposure?
The problem is that exposure are not people, not infrastructure. There is situation. The problem is that the exposure is situation or condition, but not objects and people. So it's misleading.
Thank you, United States.
Yeah, hi, Mr. Chair. I think what we're saying is it's kind of just that the sentence itself is incomplete. So if I read to you, tell me what this means. People, infrastructure, housing, production capacity, and other tangible human assets located in a hazard-prone area, one might say the exposed, but they probably wouldn't say that's the definition of exposure. So exposure has to be some sort of condition. It's a situation. It is the situation by where those things are exposed, not those things. So the sentence, the idea and thought behind the sentence we agree with, but the sentence itself does not, it's not complete to express that these items, these people and places, are in some sort of situation or place whereby they are to define exposure. Instead, they are merely the exposed, as I read it. So my definition would be very similar to that of the Czech Republic, that it's the condition of these assets being at risk due to their proximity to the hazard-prone area or the area affected by the wider consequences. So I just think that it needs to be more robust to really define the term exposure, and not just list exposure is houses, assets, and things in an area. Thank you.
Thank you. Fully understood. I'm wondering because as you were speaking, I was wondering whether inserting the term the situation of, because I'm trying not to do any surgery or here, if we can give the paragraph a pill, I would love to do that. Could we insert the situation of people, infrastructure, housing, production capacities, and other tangible assets located in hazard-prone areas? It's not elegant, but my next option is to go up and down and probably to lose this description. Thank you. So if we insert the situation of people so and so and so, so insert the situation of. And it's not perfect, folks. You're not going to get any high marks for this, but the option is to delete or to continue a circular discussion. Can we accept the amendment and remove the brackets? There is no objection. We move back. The options for shelter in place bracketed in evacuation. We have lost interpretation. Huh?
I was actually going to suggest that for exposure we have a definition which says that a state wherein people, infrastructure, housing, production capacities, and other tangible human assets are located in a hazard-prone area.
Thank you, Bhutan. We have moved on. Evacuation, the options for shelter in place. Iran, I think you had raised this. We had extensive discussions this morning. It's evacuation above exposure, yes. Do we accept the insertion and options for shelter in place? Is there any objection to insert it? We remove the brackets from options for shelter in place. They are removed. Returning to exposure and the annotation, specific vulnerability and capacity. Can we accept the term and capacity? We remove the brackets from and capacity. There is no objection. There is none. We remove the brackets. And hazard. Cuba.
Yes, Chair. I think that in order to make your life easier, we can remove and economic activities. The proposal we made yesterday, because certainly on a second thought, with the annotation that we have later, it pretty much covers everything we wanted to cover. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Cuba, we delete and economic. We still have man-made stroke human-induced. I think we were concerned about the correctness of the term man-made, and the suggestion had been to change that to human-induced. I'm not sure the source, but is that an adjustment we can make? Delete man-made and put human-induced? We delete man-made and keep human-induced? It is so agreed? Delete man-made and keep human-induced? We have the addition at the last paragraph of biological hazards are defined by their infectiousness or toxicity. It's deleted. Cuba requested that its own proposal be deleted. You are reading biological hazards are the bracketed text. Is there support for including this bracketed reference to biological hazards? I see no objection. We remove the brackets. We move to page 18. There are no brackets, as there are none on page 17. We move to page 19. We see no brackets. Page 20, resilience. It was suggested last night that we insert manage disaster risk, including the ability to withstand and recover from a disaster or hazardous event in place of recover or come back from a shock. Mexico.
Chairman, I think as simple as the best to propose that we can say resilience means the ability of community and society to manage disaster risks. Resilience means the ability of the community or society to manage disaster risk. Thank you.
Mexico, are you suggesting that you put a full stop there and delete everything else?
The first paragraph can be changed what I propose. The annotation can be there.
Costa Rica.
Thank you, Chair. We just wanted to suggest the inclusion of transform after, ¿dónde es que está? Adapt, transform, and recover in the definition. accommodate, adapt, and transform. The ability of a system, community, or society exposed to hazards to resist, absorb, accommodate, adapt, transform, and recover. Thank you.
We now have, I think, 3 different versions of this. What was wrong with the first definition? Can I ask the proponents of changes? Mexico, can we live with what we had before? What is missing or too much? I had opened this actually only on the annotation. So can we leave the definition as it is, since it is not bracketed, and go to the annotation? My question was, resilience means the ability to manage disaster risk. And so if it is your proposal, Mexico, I may have been mistaken, to put the full stop at disaster risk in the annotation. Is that the proposal? And to delete including the ability to withstand and recover, etc.
What I propose is to have a shorter definition. Resilience means the ability of community and society to manage disaster risks. I think it's very easy to understand and probably has the idea complete.
Thank you, but Mexico, I do not want to open the definition. So I was asking whether in the annotation that adjustment would be your proposal. Are you not touching the annotation at all? Okay. Colleagues, can we just delete the annotation? Let's delete the annotation. Jamaica?
I was raising the flag, Mr. Chair, to agree with deletion of the annotation.
In sitting. Iran.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Very briefly, we have no problem with, of course, deleting the annotation, but in this case, we would like just to propose, because this was initially a discussion between, of course, my colleague and the distinguished delegate from Japan. We would like to, of course, propose addition of a small phrase at the end of the definition, which is for managing disaster risk at the end of.
Iran to just live with the deletion and keep the definition as it was. I'm trying to maintain the principle that where we don't have a bracket, we don't touch it. And if we have a bracket that is going to keep us here, we are now running against the clock. So if the definition as it is not problematic, yes, we could try to improve it, but I do not think we have more things to fix. So if we could just hear again, Iran, your suggestion.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I'm wondering if there is any, refusal, any, of course, opposition to this proposal? Yeah.
Put it in and let me put it to members.
Thank
you. If you could read it in Iran. At the end, after functions.
Yeah, for managing disaster risk. That's it, full stop.
But Iran, my concern is that suggests that the essential basic structures and functions that are being restored are those for managing disaster risk. My understanding is that the recovery, absorption, and the resilience is about your normal structures, not those only related to the management of risk. Am I misunderstanding?
Frankly speaking, I'm not in a position, of course, to make any judgment on this because, frankly, I'm not an expert in the RR. This was what was mentioned by my colleague, of course, who was an expert in this respect. I have no idea on that. Sorry.
Looking at the plain meaning, because when you add for managing, it then conditions essential basic structures and functions, because it would suggest the preservation and restoration of its functions, etc., for managing disaster risk. And the community is more than its disaster risk management function. So it may have been an intent to do something more, but the effect of this in its plain meaning would be that you are resilient to manage resilience. That is, your resilience is about restoring those things that manage risk. That's what I don't know if somebody else has a better interpretation of the plain meaning, but that's what it seems to mean to me. I understand the challenge, but I'm saying if I wrote this, I would interpret it to mean that the restoration that you're talking about is the restoration of the functions for managing risk. So Cuba followed by Iran.
Yes, sir. I think I have a solution for putting in what my colleague from Iran is saying. If we say the ability of a system, community, or a society to manage disaster risk by resisting, absorbing, accommodating, and adapting, transforming, recovering from the effects of a natural hazard in a timely and efficient manner. So we put the managing disaster risk in the first part, and we start putting ing to most words.
That I'm not sure that we need to do that, because you're talking about the ability to do it. And so if we bring management of risk in, we have another definition of disaster risk management elsewhere in the text. So I'm just trying to see if we could, I appreciate the effort to adjust it, but my preference would be to appeal to Iran for us to leave it out and leave the definition as it was, because we didn't have a problem with the definition coming in. We had a problem with the annotation. And so we may ask for all the suggested adjustments to be deleted. Costa Rica.
I apologize for bringing in this suggestion today and not last night, but in essence, resilience is to transform also yourself to be successful after you are faced with the hazard. As you tackle the hazard, you are transformed by it. And that's part of the scientific, definitions that are out there right now. So if people feel that transformed does not belong to resilience, that would have to be based on a scientific, documentation or data. But as we believe it is, I don't see that countries will oppose. Thank you.
Do we accept the insertion of transform and? Is there any objection to its addition? Do you object South Sudan or Brazil?
No, Chair. I vehemently supported the transformation because it is a part of resilience, and transformation means being progressive, continue life. So I think it's very important. And then I go by your suggestion that if we accept transform, then I think there's no need for managing disaster risk management. Thank you.
Brazil.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm sorry for complicating the discussion at this point in time, but the concept already encompasses resisting, absorbing, accommodating, adapting, and recovering. I believe that transform would complicate the concept instead of clarifying it. I believe it's already encompassed by adapting and accommodating, but of course we're ready to be flexible and incorporate it.
Thank you, Chair. I may be more tired than all of you, but I'm reading this as to transform the effects of a hazard. And that's where I'm having a little difficulty understanding the concept behind this transform. We are not against, per se, transformation of our attitudes or our behaviors. Thank you.
Yes, I mean, transform is to transform something, or to be transformed is to be transformed by. Costa Rica, could I appeal that we accept the deletion of this? Let me ask, is there unanimous, are members agreeing to include transform? Is there any objection to its insertion? There is none, transform stays in. We remove the brackets around transform, and I understand the challenge, Pakistan. If indeed the scrub can make sure that there's no ambiguity in the application of the term transform, it can be done. We delete for managing disaster risk, and we delete the annotation, and we move on. So, WHO.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to recall the comment that the delegate from Iran made yesterday, and that these two terms of disaster risk management and resilience are, you could argue they're the pillars of the work that we are doing. And currently, there is no cross-reference between the term resilience and disaster risk management. And this was the point that it comes to, because forever in our, from a technical and practical point of view, this continues to be a major source of conflict for a lot of practitioners, and also misunderstanding as to how these would come together. So I just was referring to that comment that was made yesterday to meet, to try to address a major concern that we face on a very regular basis relating resilience to disaster risk management. Thank you. And that was the basis upon which the Iranian delegate made the proposal for the annotation. Thank you.
And colleagues, if at the end, after we said, I now remember this fundamental debate we had this morning, of its essential basic structures and functions through risk management. I'm not an expert, but where's Andrew? If we put through risk management there, because my problem with the suggestion was that its application was problematic. But if the intent is to link risk management to resilience, my question to Andrew would be, if we said preservation, restoration, etc., of its essential basic services and functions, it could be either through risk management or through inter alia risk management. It would then make the link that the WHO and Iran were saying between resilience and risk management without too much surgery.
I think the through risk management can stay there. That is fine. Yeah.
Thank you. Japan? Okay, thank you. We agreed to add through risk management. There's no objection. It remains. Thank you. Disaster risk assessment. We had discussed last night inserting qualitative. Is there any objection to inserting qualitative? There is none. We remove the brackets around a qualitative or quantitative. We accept the insertion of disaster risk assessment. We accept the insertion in the annotation of disaster. Is there any objection to doing so? Cuba?
Yes, Chair. I'm okay mainly with both definitions, but I think we have two definitions there. So I think we just need to pick one, because at some point last night someone proposed a new definition, but it's confusing.
Thank you very much. I think we delete the new text. We only have one amendment to the original text, and it would be simpler to delete the brackets around qualitative or, and to delete the new proposal. Are we agreed? We delete the new proposal, we accept qualitative or, and we make the adjustments to disaster risk, which we have been doing in a cross-cutting way, bearing in mind the US and other delegations a reminder that we need to make sure that where we make the adjustment for disaster risk, it's a rational adjustment. Cuba?
It's on the next in disaster risk information. Yes, I know that there's no, I'm not making a new proposal, it's just to see if we could add this disaster risk drivers and underlying disaster risk factors, because we're talking about disaster risk information in the annotation, just that.
The adding disaster risk, it may be seen to be understood or redundant, but I think we just put it in and it simplifies things. I see no more brackets. Now, we technically have run out of time for two important things. One, you will have to be here for some time because we have to now prepare the report and allow you at least half an hour to review it. So we need to quickly go to that. We, however, had a discussion about how we would seek to address those indicators for which we could not reach agreement. My sense is that for all targets, we have a substantial range of indicators. There remain a number of indicators that will, of course, be chosen to be applied nationally by countries. So there's no question that many of the indicators that did not make the cut for global indicators will be measured by many countries nationally. Colombia and a number of other delegations have suggested that we may wish in our report to point to the desirability of reporting on a number of indicators or data relating to a number of factors in the process of any reporting mechanism or modality that is to be agreed. I wanted to have allowed some time for us to discuss how we see such a recommendation. If we can't do it, we can't do it, because in any event, we're going to have global platforms at which the dialogue and DRR will continue. We'll have regional platforms, and I think that the ability to continue the conversation on how we improve data collection, reporting, and monitoring, that conversation can continue. So, could I ask delegations whether we could leave it to the statements you will make to indicate the priorities that you might see for further development of reporting against certain indicators that you may wish to see applied nationally by as many countries as possible. My recommendation is that we would report this in our long-form report to New York, to say member states, and we do this all the time in the report of a meeting, made mention. So it's not a decision of the group as a working group, but it is a contribution to the working group by some members, and we don't have to say country X, Y, or Z. We could say a number of countries referred to or recommended that consideration be given, or that reporting and data collection in the following areas be considered by countries in a position to do so. If this can be done and it's reported that this is a contribution by members but not a conclusion, we may be able to proceed without necessarily having a discussion about what we should recommend or what we should not. In short, I'm proposing that our report contain a section that captures the points that you will make in your statements when we come to the end of the process informally. Cuba.
Yes, sir. I think that might be a good idea. I would prefer, as you have said, not necessary to mention which state said what, but to be clear that there were some member states and that there was no consensus on it, and also I think that is the way we should approach it. Some countries highlighted the importance of, and I would prefer, but maybe I know some countries would like to point out specifically some areas. I think that to have a general balance, because there were a lot of things that were not included, and maybe the report would be quite long. And so to ensure a balance, we could have some language you could draw. We would rely on you or your team, saying that several countries provided or conveyed the necessity to keep on discussing in different areas and to report on a national capacity and decision to other indicators defined nationally, and leave it at that, because if we start putting things in, it won't be a negotiation. You will just have to write down everything that everyone's going to say. So maybe that's better. And I have, if I may, just to end, I have two comments, brief comments on this rationale that's here in the report, maybe to be taken into consideration. I think in point 3, on the follow-up and operationalization of the indicators, in point 3, it says, provide member states with technical support to conduct a review of data readiness. I think it's with technical support upon request. It's terminology, it's agreed language, mainly. And also in the second paragraph of the next page, we're talking about guiding principle 19G. I think we need to put it that it's from the Sendai framework, just to add coherence. That's it.
Cuba, India.
Distinguished Chair, we support your views. We want to be simple and we want to conclude the process as early as possible. So I don't think that there is much scope to negotiate on this simple topic. We fully support the way you have projected that we will report it to the UNGA. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I really agree with your proposal. I mean, it's a nice thing that we spent 5 consecutive days for many member states, mentioned many good things. So I think it's a good thing to report as our institutional memory what has been discussed but was not agreed as a national target. And also maybe I think Japan maybe made a lot of objection to many indicators, but that's not. We are not interested in indicators, but I'm very fan of statistics. So just for my technical experts, sometimes did not allow to include something that could not be possible. But I think that's for example, evacuations or those things have to be measured anyways in the near future. That will, I'm sure, help a lot to plan for the evacuation policy. So I really encourage you to look into the development of desirable indicators. Thank you.
I'm now going to adjourn briefly because we need to allow the Secretariat some time to update the document based on the inputs just made so that you can read it. My recommendation is that we reconvene at 7 p.m., at which time we will do our best to have the document ready. We will present it, and then we will need to allow some time for you. I note that you have been receiving the document progressively. So really what you will need to look for is the any changes that have come out of the last session in particular, And I note that Cuba, for example, has commented on the way forward, which we tried to share early in advance. So what you will receive is not going to be dramatically different from what you have been getting each day. So my hope is that we would be able to have both L1 and AC285, sorry, CRP3, CRP2, Rev Final, or Rev 3, ready in 20 minutes. I'm told we need 20 minutes, so we reconvene at 7:05. We have the option to print all the documents or to review it on screen. If we do it on screen, it would be faster because we would cut the time of waiting for the printouts. We will have to figure out how we deal with the capturing of your comments. And I'm a little bit at sea because one way would be to just take your comments now for the record, but I think these are things you would have expected to do when you have the document in hand, so I will leave it for that time. You may need to give some latitude for the portion of the report that will capture your comments at the closing of the process. We could perhaps do that report and circulate it to members for comment and finalize it by electronic communication. By that I mean we would agree and adopt the annexes and the core of the report, and the only thing that would be left to be edited and commented upon would be the incorporation of the statements you will make later on. Would that be agreeable? Thank you. We reconvene at 7:05. Is adjourned.